Chapter 226. Lien Can, the personal disciple of the Summer Valley Head, had already entered the Dharma stage at the age of 26. A few years had passed, and it was rumored that he was not far from the mid-Dharma stage. Lien Can, de Zhuang, who was pinned to the ground by the palm of the golden-robed youth, glared angrily at him. "Let go of me. I want to kill this slanderous be***starred. Not only did he sell me fake goods, but he also slandered me. I want to kill him. I want to kill him." De Zhuang was enraged, and he roared, "De Zhuang!" Faced with De Zhuang, who was so angry that he had lost his mind, Lien can only smile. "What proof do you have that Pan Yilin sold you fake goods? What proof do you have that you are not slandering Pan Yilin?" Lien Can's words made De Zhuang's already ugly expression turn even uglier. "Lien Can, you're in cahoots with Pan Yilin." "De Zhuang, there are some things you can't say." Lien Can's eyes flashed coldly as he spoke in a low voice. At the same time, the giant palm that was pressing down on Lien Can pressed down further, causing De Zhuang, who was already so angry that his blood was boiling, to spit out a mouthful of blood. Some of the blood floated back to De Zhuang's face, causing his already twisted face to look even more ferocious. Zhou Donghuang followed De Zhuang over, and his expression changed when he saw that De Zhuang was injured. Whoosh! Zhou Donghuang's figure flickered, and like a bolt of white lightning, he headed straight for De Zhuang. Seeing that he was getting closer and closer to De Zhuang, Zhou Donghuang's expression darkened as he prepared to destroy the giant palm Dharma pressing down on De Zhuang. "Lien Can, retract your Dharma." Before Zhou Donghuang made his move, an old voice rang out in the trade square. The voice was not loud, but it seemed to have some sort of magical power as it clearly reached the ears of everyone in the trade square. In the next moment, an old figure walked out from behind the crowd and looked at Lien Can, who was pressing down on De Zhuang. This was an old man dressed in a long gray robe. He was thin and of medium build, and he usually looked kind and benevolent. However, when he spoke to Lien Can, his eyes flashed with a frightening light. "Elder Han." A look of fear flashed in Lien Can's eyes when he saw who it was. Without saying a word, he put away his giant palm Dharma. The moment Lien Can retracted his Dharma, De Zhuang, who had regained his freedom, lunged at Pan Yilin with bloodshot eyes. Pan Yilin did not move, because he knew that there was no need to move. Da Zhuang. Just as De Zhuang moved, he was once again blocked by the old man who had appeared in his path like a ghost. If you recklessly attack a fellow disciple, even that girl Mingxi won't be able to protect you. If you are expelled from the sect because of this, you will be letting down the high hopes that Mingxi has placed on you. At that time, she might regret bringing you back to the Lightning Sword sect. She might even regret meeting you and getting to know you. The old man who had stopped De Zhuang was the elder Han that Lien Can had mentioned, Han Ku. Han Ku was the elder of the Lightning Sword sect's Lightning Peak. Although the trade center was located in the outer sect, the elders of the Lightning Sword sect who were on duty at the trade center were, without exception, elders of the Lightning Peak. This was because the trade center was an extremely important place for the Lightning Sword sect. Moreover, from time to time, there would be conflicts between inner sect disciples and core disciples with strong backgrounds. Not just the outer sect elders, but even the inner sect elders might not be able to intervene. Under such circumstances, the Lightning Sword sect had sent the elders of the Lightning Peak to be on duty at the trade center. The elders of the Lightning Peak were the elders with the highest status in the Lightning Sword sect. They were on par with the 4 valley heads of the inner sect. Moreover, the 4 valley masters of the inner sect also had a seat as an elder in the Lightning Rush Peak. Elder Han is right. At the same time that Han Ku stopped De Zhuang, Lien Can smiled and looked at De Zhuang. "De Zhuang, I heard that junior sister Mingxi recently went on a long trip. Are you thinking that when she returns, she will know that you have been expelled from the sect?" After De Zhuang had been stopped by the Lightning Peak Elder on duty at the trade center, he had not given up on the idea of attacking Pan Yilin. But now, after hearing Han Ku's words, he was stunned for a while before he came back to his senses and muttered to himself in a daze, "Senior's sister? Senior's sister. No, I can't let Senior's sister down. But Senior's sister asked me to take good care of Junior brother. But I can't even do such a small thing. If Senior's sister finds out, she will not be happy. I... De Zhuang stood rooted to the ground, his expression changing as he wavered. De Zhuang. At this time, Han Ku continued. The trade center has its rules. One party pays the money, and the other party delivers the goods. Once the money and the goods have been cleared, there will be no further dealings. Let's not talk about the truth of this matter for now. Only you know the truth. Even if Pan Yilin really did lie to you, according to the rules of the trade center and the rules of the sect, you are destined to suffer in silence. During the trade, if you found out that there was something wrong with the 9-ring bamboo, you could have refused to trade. If you did not find out, you could only blame it on your bad luck. It's not just you. Even I and even Mingxi are the same. You, just take it as buying a lesson. Han Ku was on good terms with the Autumn Valley head, He Jin, and he treated He Mingxi like a daughter. Naturally, he was very patient with De Zhuang. Otherwise, if it were any other Lightning Peak elder here, even if he had to consider He Mingxi and He Jin who was behind her and give He Jin some face, he would not have been so patient. But the 9-ringed bamboo was bought by Junior Brother, and the 110 mid-level spirit stones are also Junior Brother's. Hearing Han Ku's words, De Zhuang calmed down, but he was still a little anxious. I don't have that many spirit stones to return to Junior Brother. Seeing that De Zhuang had calmed down, Han Ku heaved a sigh of relief and shook his head with a smile. It's only 110 mid-level spirit stones. I'll return them for you. To a Spring Thunder Peak elder like Han Ku, over 100 medium spiritual stones were nothing. In fact, the number of spirit stones that the Lightning Sword sect gave him every month was even more than this. No, I can't accept it. De Zhuang shook his head resolutely. I'll go talk to Junior Brother. When I've collected 11 high-quality spirit stones, I'll return them to him. Although inner sect disciples of the Lightning Sword sect could collect 1 high-quality spirit stone every month, De Zhuang's high-quality spirit stones were all used up. However, the superior-grade spirit stones in De Zhuang's hands were basically all used up not long after they were distributed. He had no other way to earn spirit stones, so he was in dire need of them. De Zhuang, you don't have to return those spirit stones. Just then, Zhou Donghuang, who had already landed on the ground, walked forward and spoke to De Zhuang. Junior Brother, you're here too? Seeing Zhou Donghuang, De Zhuang was first stunned, then his face was full of guilt. Junior Brother, I'm sorry. I'll definitely collect those spirit stones and return them to you. I can't not return them. Zhou Donghuang knew that De Zhuang had a one-track mind, so he did not pursue the matter further. He turned to look at Elder Han Ku of the Lightning Peak. Elder Han, from what you said just now, you mean even if it is a fake, as long as it can be sold at the trading center, after the money is paid for, the person who bought the fake can only blame it on his bad luck? This is also a rule that is protected by the sect? Zhou Donghuang asked directly. You're the young fellow who recently joined the Autumn Valley? Because he was close to the Autumn Valley head, He Jin, Han Ku also knew that the Autumn Valley had recently recruited a new disciple. That's right. Faced with Zhou Donghuang's question, Han Ku nodded. The sect set up this rule in the hopes that the disciples will learn more within the sect, so that they won't be taken advantage of outside. It's not a bad thing to suffer a little more. Furthermore, being able to sell fake goods within the sect is also considered a skill, to a certain extent, Han Ku said. Zhou Donghuang nodded. I understand. Zhou Donghuang nodded, then casually glanced at the Summer Valley disciples, Lian Can and Pan Yilin. After looking away, he said to De Zhuang, De Zhuang, let's go back. All right. De Zhuang agreed and left with Zhou Donghuang. The huge trade center once again regained its peace. To the people of the Lightning Sword sect present, this was just a small interlude. That young fellow just now, is he the new disciple who recently joined the Autumn Valley? I think he's called Zhou. Zhou something Huang? Lien Can looked at Pan Yilin and asked with a slight frown. I think so. Pan Yilin nodded. I heard from the people of the Autumn Valley that the new disciple, Zhou Donghuang, is extremely handsome, dressed in robes whiter than snow, and has an extraordinary aura. Seeing him today, the rumors are true. Why? You think he's outstanding? Lien Can's gaze became unfriendly. If I remember correctly, he was brought into the Autumn Valley by Sister Mingxi. As soon as he said this, Lien Qiu's expression turned cold, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Mingxi was his exclusive property. He would not allow any man other than her father to get close to her. De Zhuang was the first. Now there was a second. He would not let any of them go. Lien Can's words caused Pan Yilin's expression to change, and he hurriedly tried to salvage the situation. Although he can be considered outstanding, compared to you, senior brother Lien, he is still far from it. After Pan Yilin's flattery, Lien Qiu's expression softened a little. On the way back to the Autumn Valley, Zhou Donghuang said to De Zhuang, in the next few days, go to the trade center again. Record down everything that the people of the Summer Valley have placed a bounty on and pass it to me. The trade center of the Lightning Sword sect not only allowed for face-to-face transactions, but it also allowed people to place a bounty on rare items. Of course, the price of the bounty had to be at least double the original price of the item. Otherwise, there was no way to enter the bounty list in the trade center. Okay, although he did not know what little junior brother needed this for, De Zhuang agreed readily. End of this chapter. Chapter 227. The Summer Valley disciple Pan Yilin had sold cheap 6-ring bamboo as 9-ringed bamboo to De Zhuang, accusing him of slandering him. This had angered De Zhuang so much that he wanted to kill him. But Zhou Donghuang? Was he angry? Of course he was. If he could, he would have killed those 2 Summer Valley disciples. However, his rationality kept him awake. It was easy to kill them, but to escape unscathed was harder than reaching the heavens. The elders of the Lightning Peak are at least late, primordial soul adepts. I just killed those 2, and I'm afraid I'll die at Han Ku's hands. Even if Han Ku doesn't kill me, he'll definitely capture me and hand me over to the sect. When that happens, I'll still be dead. Because he knew this, Zhou Donghuang was very calm when he was in the market. Of course, Zhou Donghuang was not one to lose out. You people of the Summer Valley want to play? Then I, Zhou Donghuang, will play with you. Counterfeiting? When I was counterfeiting, who knows where you were? Oh, that did not seem to be the case, or rather, when I was counterfeiting in my previous life, who knows where you were in this life? 2 days later, De Zhuang handed a piece of paper to Zhou Donghuang. There were more than 10 lines of crooked words on the paper. The words were big and small, and it was not wrong to say that they were scribbles. And this was De Zhuang's handwriting. De Zhuang, you haven't been learning to write for long, right? Zhou Donghuang asked. Yes. De Zhuang nodded and smiled. 2 years ago, after Senior's sister brought me back, I only started learning to write. My handwriting is not very good, little brother. As he spoke, De Zhuang scratched his head in embarrassment. Indeed, Zhou Donghuang understood, and his gaze returned to the paper in his hand. Although De Zhuang's handwriting was ugly, it could still be read clearly. Moreover, he had asked De Zhuang to copy it. If he could get it wrong, then he really had no choice but to make another trip to the market. He was prepared for the worst. And this was a habit that Zhou Donghuang had developed in his previous life, to be prepared for danger in times of peace. Little junior brother, if there's nothing else, I'll be leaving first. Seeing that Zhou Donghuang was staring at the paper for a long time without saying anything, De Zhuang said, I will return the 11 superior-grade spirit stones I owe you as soon as possible. Let's not talk about spirit stones for now. Zhou Donghuang looked away and said to Dezhuang, "Next, help me buy a few more things." "Little junior brother, you still want me to help you buy things? Aren't you afraid that I'll buy a fake one again?" Dezhuang glared at him. "Don't worry." Zhou Donghuang smiled lightly. "This time, the things I want you to buy are not anything good, and they are cheap. All in all, they are worth at most 10 mid-quality spirit stones. No one would waste time to fake those things." With that, Zhou Donghuang took out 20 mid-quality spirit stones and handed them to Dezhuang. It was not that he did not want to give more spirit stones to Dezhuang, but Dezhuang was too stubborn and did not want to accept spirit stones. The first time Dezhuang went to buy something for him, he wanted to give Dezhuang some money for running errands, but he was rejected. He insisted, and Dezhuang almost fell out with him. Zhou Donghuang could only give up. This kind of simple-minded fool was no different from a cow when he was stubborn. "You can go now," Zhou Donghuang said as he handed the spirit stones to Dezhuang. "All right." Dezhuang took the spirit stones and left. Seeing that Zhou Donghuang seemed to be in a hurry, Dezhuang left the Autumn Valley as soon as he left the room. At the same time, in various parts of the Autumn Valley, many people were talking about how Dezhuang had been deceived by a disciple of the valley. Who in the Autumn Valley does not know Dezhuang's character? He could not have lied. That disciple, Pan Yilin, has gone too far. It's a pity that, even if we know that Dezhuang has been deceived, there is nothing we can do. The sect will not interfere in such matters. When Junior's sister Mingxi returns and finds out about this, she will not let the matter rest. There were not many disciples in the Autumn Valley. Although there were occasional conflicts between them, no matter who it was, if they were bullied by an inner disciple of another valley, the other disciples would not let the matter rest. However, this time, Pan Yilin had deceived Dezhuang, but it was not against the rules of the sect. Under such circumstances, although they felt that it was unfair for Dezhuang, there was nothing they could do. I curse those be***stards of the Summer Valley to always buy fake goods in the future, the kind where they lose all their hard-earned money. When Zhou Donghuang had first arrived at the Autumn Valley, Huanglong, the Autumn Valley disciple who had brought Zhou Donghuang to see Mingxi, cursed in front of a few other Autumn Valley disciples. If Zhou Donghuang had been here and heard Huanglong's words, he would have given him a thumbs up. God's prophecy. The things that Zhou Donghuang had asked Dezhuang to buy were the things that he had prepared to fake. In his previous life, after he had left Earth, before he had become the disciple of the same master as Mingxi, he had been in dire need of spirit stones. Not only did he lack spirit stones for training, but he also needed spirit stones to buy things. Under such circumstances, he had gone crazy trying to earn spirit stones. Just when he was in dire need of spirit stones and was preparing to go to the demon forest to hunt for spirit stones, he happened to see an ultimate Dharma adept fighting with a Dharma demon in the forest. The Dharma demon was killed, but the ultimate Dharma adept was also on the verge of death. Before he died, Zhou Donghuang had thought that he could be saved, so he had tried to help him, but he had not been able to save him. However, seeing that Zhou Donghuang had not only not taken the opportunity to kill him, but had also taken his space ring and saved him, the adept had told Zhou Donghuang where he had hidden his treasures before he died. He had even explained to Zhou Donghuang the most valuable treasure that he had placed in the treasure trove was an ancient manual. In the manual, there were various methods of forging treasures. If one studied it to a high level, they could even deceive the heavens. At that time, even an adept at the celestial stage would not be able to easily see through it. With the forging methods recorded in the manual, just by looking at the surface and testing the waters, it was enough to pass off as the real thing. However, a fake was a fake, and it could not be used as the real thing. Even so, with the methods recorded in the ancient manual, Zhou Donghuang had still managed to swindle quite a number of spirit stones in his previous life. Of course, he did not easily cheat people. Those who were cheated by him were either evil people, heartless people, or merciless people. In short, He had never cheated a good person. Even though he did not think of himself as a good person, he still had a bottom line, and he felt that he had to abide by it. Although he did not think of himself as a good person, Zhou Donghuang had never thought of abandoning himself. Don't you Summer Valley disciples like to sell fake goods? You Summer Valley disciples dare to press third senior sister's savior to the ground. Do you think I, Zhou Donghuang, do not exist? Since the Summer Valley wants to play, then I, Zhou Donghuang, will play with you. 10 days later, Zhou Donghuang did not say goodbye to Dezhuang. He left the Autumn Valley alone and went to the Lightning Sword Sex Trade Center. On this trip to the trade center, Zhou Donghuang was very low-key. In a remote corner of the trade center, he set up a small stall with more than 10 items placed on it. Then he sat behind the small stall and closed his eyes to rest while stealing some free time to cultivate. Brother, how much are you selling this for? After about a quarter of an hour, Zhou Donghuang heard an energetic voice. With Zhou Donghuang's hearing ability, he could even hear the suppressed excitement in this voice. The other party was intentionally suppressing his emotions. I've taken the bait. Suddenly, Zhou Donghuang opened his eyes and looked at the person standing in front of the stall. It was a middle-aged man. Looking at the snowflake symbol on his chest, it was obvious that he was an inner sect disciple, and a Winter Valley disciple at that. What do you want? Zhou Donghuang blinked lazily and asked casually, This. The middle-aged man pointed at a piece of jade on the stall. This piece of jade was covered with blood vessels, and when he looked at it, the blood vessels seemed to move at that moment. And this was the mark of frozen blood jade. This is frozen blood jade. It can be used to forge spirit weapons and also to refine core drugs. Zhou Donghuang said lazily, I won't charge you extra spirit stones. 20 superior grade spirit stones, a fixed price. The middle-aged man's eyes narrowed. This person in front of him actually recognized frozen blood jade? Since he recognized it, did he not know that a Summer Valley disciple had offered a reward of 50 superior grade spirit stones for this frozen blood jade a month ago? It's most likely that he hasn't looked at the bounty list recently, the middle-aged man thought to himself. The middle-aged man thought to himself. At the same time, his heart was burning. Looks like I'm going to be lucky today. All right, 20 superior grade spirit stones. I'll take it. The middle-aged man did not bargain and took out the spirit stones from his space ring and handed them to Zhou Donghuang. Zhou Donghuang took them and reminded him, Inspect the goods. Once you take it away, we'll be done with each other. No need to inspect. The middle-aged man shook his head and smiled as he picked up the frozen blood jade. Only frozen blood jade has such characteristics. I've never heard of anyone being able to forge frozen blood jade. As he spoke, he kept the frozen blood jade and looked at the next item. Brother, how much for this? This time, a hint of surprise flashed in the depths of the middle-aged man's eyes, but it disappeared in a flash. Such a coincidence. Another item offered by a Summer Valley disciple? This is 1,000-year redwood, Zhou Donghuang said. I didn't intend to sell it at first. After all, it's rare to see such a complete and long piece of 1,000-year redwood. But I've been short of spirit stones recently, so I can only reluctantly part with it. Hearing the name of the item that Zhou Donghuang had pointed out, the middle-aged man sighed in his heart. It looked like there was no way he could buy this item cheaply. Brother, how much do you intend to sell it for? The middle-aged man asked. End of this chapter. Chapter 228. 30 superior quality spirit stones. Zhou Donghuang said. Hearing Zhou Donghuang's words, the middle-aged Winter Valley disciple completely gave up on the idea of buying the 1,000-year redwood cheaply. Brother, can you make it cheaper? The Winter Valley disciple smiled. Look, I just spent 20 superior quality spirit stones to buy the frozen blood jade from you. Not negotiable. Zhou Donghuang glanced at the Winter Valley disciple. All right, the Winter Valley disciple was a little helpless, but he still wanted to buy it. "Brother, I don't have enough spirit stones. Can you wait for me for a while? I'll go borrow some from someone. 1 hour." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Donghuang put away the 1,000-year redwood. "I'll be back in 1 hour." The Winter Valley disciple replied and hurriedly flew in the direction of the Winter Valley. It was obvious that he was going back to the Winter Valley to borrow spirit stones. I just hope that in this 1 hour he won't look at the bounty list. Otherwise, he will definitely sell the 1,000-year redwood to that Summer Valley disciple himself. That Summer Valley disciple is offering 80 superior quality spirit stones for the 1,000-year redwood. On the way back to the Winter Valley disciple prayed in his heart. However, he was doomed to be overthinking. Zhou Donghuang had long known what the Summer Valley disciple had offered on the bounty list. Otherwise, he would not have had the frozen blood jade and the 1,000-year redwood. These two items had been forged using cheap materials. Unless the frozen blood jade and the 1,000-year redwood were used up, it was usually impossible to tell whether they were real or fake. One had to know that the fake ancient book that Zhou Donghuang had obtained in his previous life was a treasure in the secular universe. Zhou Donghuang had even used the forging methods in the book to deceive many heavenly adepts. It's a pity that out of the 10 or so items that the Summer Valley disciple has offered as a reward, only 9 can be forged. The rest are either not easy to forge or cannot be forged with the Samadhi fire. I must use the Samadhi fire. Although Zhou Donghuang had formed 3 golden essences and was not far from forming 4, he was still a primal core adept. The true fire that he condensed with his true essence was still the true Samadhi fire. In order to condense the true fire of Samadhi, he had to at least let one of the golden elixirs in his dantian be born and condense the Dharma form. Otherwise, it would be useless even if he condensed 4 golden elixirs. Of course, if he wanted any of the golden cores in his body to form a Dharma form, he would first have to cultivate 4 golden cores. Only by forming 4 golden essences would one be able to break through to the Dharma stage. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to reach the Dharma stage. This was the characteristic of the Lord of the 4 Supremes, an irreversible characteristic. I'll sell 2 of them first. Then, I'll try to sell the other 7 today. Zhou Donghuang thought. Zhou Donghuang had given the Winter Valley disciple an hour's time, and the disciple had returned 15 minutes earlier. At the same time, he handed the spirit stones to Zhou Donghuang. "Junior brother, here are 30 high-quality spirit stones. Count them." "That's right." After Zhou Donghuang put away the spirit stones, he took out the 1,000-year redwood and handed it to the Winter Valley disciple. "Check it out." The Winter Valley disciple picked up the 1,000-year redwood and examined it carefully. Finally, he nodded and said, "No problem." "Thank you, junior brother." With that, the Winter Valley disciple bade farewell to Zhou Donghuang and left. As he left, his face and eyes were filled with uncontrollable excitement. With these 2 items, he would be able to earn 80 high-quality spirit stones in a single transaction. Furthermore, it had taken him less than half a day. Just as the Winter Valley disciple was in a hurry to find the 2 people from the Summer Valley and earn 80 high-quality spirit stones, Zhou Donghuang took out another 2 items from his pocket. Not long after, another person took the bait. This time, 2 people took the bait. They looked at each other and did not say anything. With tacit understanding, they each bought one of the items. These 2 items were materials that the Summer Valley had placed a bounty on the bounty list. One of the items could earn 20 high-quality spirit stones. The other item could allow one to earn 50 upper-grade spirit stones. After the 2 bought the items, they walked some distance away. After confirming that Zhou Donghuang could not hear them, they whispered to each other, "That junior brother, I'm afraid you haven't looked at the bounty list in a long time, right? He actually took these 2 items out to sell. Furthermore, he's selling them at the market price." One of them shook his head and sighed, but his eyes shone with excitement. The other person took out 15 superior grade spirit stones and handed them to the first person. Although I didn't expose you, you didn't expose me either. I'll give you 15 superior grade spirit stones. This way, I'll earn 35 superior grade spirit stones, and you'll earn 35 superior grade spirit stones. Thank you, Senior Brother Lon. The former took the spirit stones and thanked him profusely. Let's go. Let's go find the 2 people from the Summer Valley and sell these items to them. The latter called out to the former and took the lead, his face glowing. I never thought that there would be such a good opportunity to earn spirit stones. Furthermore, we can earn 35 high-quality spirit stones in a single transaction. Under normal circumstances, it would take us a full 3 years to collect 36 high-quality spirit stones from the sect. From the latter's words, it was obvious that the 2 were inner sect disciples. Senior Brother Lon, will that junior brother find trouble with us? The former asked worriedly. Don't worry. The latter said nonchalantly, the trade center has its own rules. Money and goods are cleared. Furthermore, we have paid the full amount of spirit stones. We have no obligation to remind him that there are people on the bounty list who are offering a high price for those 2 items. Some time ago, Autumn Valley Disciple De Zhuang bought fake 9-ringed bamboo that Summer Valley Disciple Panyulin sold. De Zhuang was cheated of hundreds of medium-quality spirit stones, but nothing happened to him. The trade center has its own rules. We exchanged money with him, and no one can go back on their word. The former finally relaxed. Speaking of which, Autumn Valley Disciple De Zhuang is really unlucky. 100 medium-quality spirit stones is equivalent to 10 high-quality spirit stones. The 2 of them thought that Zhou Donghuang would not be able to hear their conversation due to the distance. However, because of the Lord of the 4 Supremes, Zhou Donghuang's eyesight and hearing abilities were enhanced every time he increased his level of practice. He was able to hear their conversation even though they were separated by a great distance. In response, he only shook his head and smiled. The 2 of them were just 2 chess pieces in his plan. Let's continue. For the rest of the day, Zhou Donghuang continued to sell the remaining forgeries. By evening, he had finally sold the 9th forgery. At this time, he could call it a day and return to the Autumn Valley. In the next 2 days, the Summer Valley will be bustling with activity. On the way back to the Autumn Valley, Zhou Donghuang smiled lightly, as if he had done something unimportant that day. To him, it was indeed unimportant. Although it had taken him 10 days to complete the 9 forgeries, that was because he had spent most of his time practicing and had only used the short break to forge the items that the people in the valley had offered. The most important thing now is to form the 4th golden essence. Only then can I break through to the Dharma stage. Otherwise, I won't even be able to touch the threshold of the Dharma stage, let alone the Dharma stage. Zhou Donghuang, who practiced the Lord of the 4 Supremes, would only be able to touch the threshold of the Dharma stage after forming the 4th golden essence. After Zhou Donghuang returned to the Autumn Valley, he prepared to return to his room in the courtyard to practice. When he returned, he found De Zhuang chatting with a few people in the courtyard next door. The conversation was about the few people comforting De Zhuang. Zhou Donghuang had some impression of these people. They were all disciples of the Autumn Valley. Little brother is back. When Zhou Donghuang returned to his room in the courtyard, De Zhuang also noticed him. Sensing De Zhuang's gaze, Zhou Donghuang nodded at him and landed in his courtyard. As for the others, he completely ignored them. Seeing this, the faces of the few people beside De Zhuang darkened slightly. This Zhou Donghuang really doesn't know how to be polite. Don't you know how to greet your brothers? The few Autumn Valley disciples beside De Zhuang were all young men full of vigor and vitality. Ever since Zhou Donghuang had come to the Autumn Valley, they had realized that when the young female disciples gathered together, they no longer talked about them. They only talked about the new Autumn Valley disciple, Zhou Donghuang. This made them feel that their limelight had been stolen by Zhou Donghuang. So in their hearts, they were more or less jealous of Zhou Donghuang. Brothers, don't speak ill of little brother, De Zhuang said with a frown. Little brother is a very good person. You can't say bad things about him. De Zhuang, we didn't say bad things about him, because De Zhuang was close to the princess of the Autumn Valley. The few male disciples present were very polite to him. We were just saying that he doesn't know how to be polite. When he sees us, he doesn't even greet us as brothers. Exactly. He's nowhere near as polite as you, De Zhuang. We are here discussing how to stand up for De Zhuang, but what about him? A new disciple who just arrived. I don't know what he's doing outside. He came back so late, and once he came back, he rushed back to his room. It seems like he doesn't care at all if De Zhuang is being bullied by the Summer Valley disciples. Hearing the male disciples of the Autumn Valley talk about Zhou Donghuang without a care in the world, De Zhuang's face turned red with anger. He growled unhappily, "Brothers, little brother is not what you say he is. If you say bad things about him again, I'll cut all ties with you." De Zhuang was clearly infuriated by their words. The Autumn Valley male disciples had not expected De Zhuang to react so strongly. They looked at each other awkwardly, then left dejectedly. Of course, as they turned to leave, their eyes were filled with disdain and disgust. If not for the fact that they wanted to use De Zhuang as a springboard to curry favor with the princess of the Autumn Valley, they would not have bothered to make friends with De Zhuang. End of this chapter. Chapter 229. At the same time that Zhou Donghuang returned to the Autumn Valley, the Summer Valley, a middle-aged man with a medium build and a handsome face flew into the Summer Valley. He was in high spirits, and it was not difficult to see how happy he was. "Brother Zhong, look at you. Is something good happening?" A young man who was preparing to leave the Summer Valley asked the middle-aged man with a smile. "Ha ha," the middle-aged man laughed. "Indeed, something good has happened. The 1,000-year redwood that I have placed a bounty on for 2 months at the trade center has finally been sold." 1,000-year redwood. The young man was shocked. That is a priceless item. Even if the price was 2 or 3 times higher, people would still buy it. "Brother Zhong, you are indeed lucky. All right, let's not talk about this for now. I am in a hurry to hand this item over to my teacher so that he can help me forge an ultimate Dharma spirit weapon." As soon as the middle-aged man finished speaking, he flew into the depths of the Summer Valley. The Summer Valley was also a vast valley. However, it was different from the Autumn Valley, which was filled with the scent of autumn. Everything in the Summer Valley was filled with the scent of summer. This was how the Summer Valley got its name. It's fake. It's actually fake. Not long after the middle-aged man with the surname Zhong returned to the Summer Valley, a figure broke through the door of a courtyard halfway up the mountain, his face full of anger. That by leeching of the Winter Valley actually dared to sell me fake, frozen blood jade. Damn it, damn it. I want to get even with him. I want to get even with him. This disciple of the Summer Valley, whose face was filled with rage, was a tall and sturdy middle-aged man. He had the back of a tiger and the waist of a bear, and he was extremely angry. Standing there, he was like an angry King Kong. He was a disciple of the Summer Valley, Fong Baiwei, a mid-Dharma adept. The people in the nearby courtyards heard the commotion and immediately left their courtyards. "Brother Fong, what's wrong?" They lived close to Fong Baiwei and interacted frequently with him. So the Summer Valley disciples in the nearby courtyards were on good terms with Fong Baiwei. After a while, when they heard what had happened from Fong Baiwei, they were also angry. That by leeching of the Winter Valley, how dare he sell fake, frozen blood jade to Brother Fong? Let's go. Let's get even with him. Yes, let's get even with him. Fong Baiwei led a few disciples of the Summer Valley and left the Summer Valley aggressively, heading straight for the Winter Valley. After learning that by leeching, a disciple of the Winter Valley had not returned to the Winter Valley, they went to the market and found Bai Liqing there. Bai Liqing was the first person to receive the 2 items from Zhou Donghuang. They were the frozen blood jade and the 1,000-year redwood. Now, regardless of whether it was the frozen blood jade or the 1,000-year redwood, he had already sold them to the disciples of the Summer Valley and earned 80 high-quality spirit stones. With this large sum of upper-grade spirit stones, he strolled around the trading square a few times, preparing to buy some things that he was reluctant to buy in the past. Suddenly, Bai Liqing realized that the Summer Valley disciple, Fong Baiwei, who had bought the frozen blood jade, was rushing towards him with a few other people. Bai Liqing! Before Fong Baiwei even got close, he had already shouted, "I, Fong Baiwei, have never offended you, but you actually sold me fake frozen blood jade." Fake frozen blood jade? Bai Liqing looked at Fong Baiwei, who was right in front of him, and frowned. Then he said calmly, "Fong Baiwei, what nonsense are you talking about? The frozen blood jade I sold you was a transaction of money and goods. At that time, you even checked it carefully and confirmed that it was indeed frozen blood jade. Now, you brought the frozen blood jade back and only came to find me after half a day, and now you're telling me that it was fake? What, are you playing with me?" As he spoke, Bai Liqing's gaze became unfriendly. "Bai Liqing, you're looking for trouble." Fong Baiwei's expression was cold as he said in a low voice, "I think you're the one looking for trouble." Bai Liqing looked at Fong Baiwei coldly. "You said that the frozen blood jade I bought you was fake. Do you have any proof? Take out the frozen blood jade and let everyone verify it to see if it's fake." Bai Liqing countered. Hearing Bai Liqing's words, Fong Baiwei's expression became even uglier. "Fong Baiwei, I think you're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Don't you know that the frozen blood jade is only for verification? It's impossible to tell if it's fake. It will only turn to ashes when it comes into contact with the fourth true fire. No one would use the fourth true fire to test the authenticity of the frozen blood jade. This was because once the frozen blood jade came into contact with the fourth true fire, it would be affected. It would not be used for alchemy or weapon forging for a short period of time. It would become a worthless piece of ordinary jade." "Turn to ashes?" Bai Liqing laughed. "Based on what you're saying, you can't even produce the frozen blood jade that you claim to be fake. What a joke!" Some time ago, Pan Yilin, a disciple of the Summer Valley, was suspected of using 6-ring bamboo to pass it off as 9-ring bamboo to sell to De Zhuang, a disciple of the Autumn Valley. At least De Zhuang managed to produce a fake. Now, the people of the Summer Valley say that I'm selling fake goods, but I can't even produce a fake? At this point, Bai Liqing's smile disappeared. A cold light flashed in his eyes. "Fong Baiwei, if you have the guts, you can make a move on me. You want to extort me? It's not that easy." Bai Liqing shouted coldly. Fong Baiwei's expression changed. He wanted to make a move, but he was stopped by a few disciples of the Autumn Valley. The crowd of disciples of the Lightning Sword sect could not help but point fingers at him. "Senior Bai Liqing is right. He can't even produce any evidence. What right does he have to say that Senior Bai Liqing is selling fake goods? He has no evidence at all. The people of the Summer Valley are too shameless." Today, Fong Baiwei has no evidence to slander Bai Liqing. Some time ago, De Zhuang from the Autumn Valley clearly produced evidence, but Pan Yilin, a disciple of the Summer Valley, used it against him. Han Ku even said that even if Pan Yilin was selling fake goods, De Zhuang could only blame himself for not knowing what was good for him. According to the rules of the sect, once the goods and the money have been settled, there will be no further dealings. According to the rules of the sect, Fong Baiwei has no evidence today. Even if he had evidence and the fake goods were sold by Bai Liqing, he could not do anything to Bai Liqing. According to the rules of the sect, he is the one who is blind and cannot blame anyone else. Hearing the comments of the crowd of disciples of the Lightning Sword sect, Fong Baiwei's face darkened. He looked at Bai Liqing as if he wanted to eat him alive. "Bai Liqing, I admit defeat this time. In the future, don't ever fall into my hands again, or I will never let you off." Fong Baiwei glared hatefully at Bai Liqing. Then, with a belly full of anger, he left with a few disciples of the Summer Valley. "Any time," Bai Liqing said nonchalantly. At this point, everyone present felt that Fong Baiwei was trying to blackmail Bai Liqing. Otherwise, why could he not produce any evidence? If the Summer Valley disciple, Pan Yilin, really lied to the Autumn Valley disciple, Dezhuang, and what happened today, the disciples of the Summer Valley are really shameless. At this point, many of the disciples of the Lightning Sword sect present felt this way. After Feng Baiwei had caused such a ruckus, Bai Liqing was no longer in the mood to continue strolling around the trade center. He took the 80 high-quality spirit stones that he had earned that day and happily returned to the Winter Valley. The Winter Valley was also a valley, and it was a world of ice and snow. White snow covered the ground, and the waterfalls and lakes were all frozen. Brother Bai Liqing, looking at your glowing face, it seems like something good happened today. Bai Liqing had just returned to his courtyard when a skinny, middle-aged man flew out from a nearby courtyard. He looked like an ordinary person, but his eyes were sharp. He smiled and said to Bai Liqing, "Ha, Brother Zhang, I'll treat you to a drink tomorrow. The 12-flower wine is more than enough." Bai Liqing laughed. This disciple of the Winter Valley was the closest person to him in the entire East Valley, and he saw him as a brother. 12-flower wine. The skinny middle-aged man's eyes lit up. "Not bad. It's rare for you to be so generous. I remember that I've treated you to more than 10 drinks of the 12-flower wine. But you've only treated me twice, right? Furthermore, those 2 times, I was the one who asked you to drink, and you were unwilling." As he spoke, the skinny middle-aged man's tone became slightly sarcastic. Bai Liqing laughed awkwardly. That was because money was tight in the past. "Brother Zhang, as long as you want, from tomorrow onwards, I'll treat you to half a month's worth of 12-flower wine." The 12-flower wine was a type of wine produced by the Spring Valley of the Lightning Sword sect. It was brewed from 12 different types of spirit flowers. Normally, a jar of 12-flower wine was sold for 1 high-quality spirit stone per jar, which was equivalent to the spirit stones that an inner sect disciple received from the sect every month. A normal inner sect disciple would not be able to afford such a wine. However, the 12-flower wine was very strong, and even Dharma adepts would not dare to drink an entire jar in a day. There was once a Dharma adept who drank an entire jar of 100-flower wine in a day and slept for 7 days and 7 nights before waking up. 2 Dharma adepts could only share 1 jar of 12-flower wine in a day. Half a month. The skinny middle-aged man's eyes lit up. "Brother Bai Liqing, did you strike it rich?" "Yes, I made a small fortune." Bai Liqing laughed and casually took out 20 high-quality spirit stones and returned them to the skinny middle-aged man. "Brother Zhang, these are the spirit stones I borrowed from you this morning. I'm returning them to you." "Brother Bai Liqing, are you trying to tell me that you borrowed 20 high-quality spirit stones from me this morning to strike it rich?" The skinny middle-aged man asked meaningfully after keeping the spirit stones. Before Bai Liqing could reply, he heard an angry roar. "Bai Liqing, you bastard! How dare you sell fake 1,000-year red wood to me?" Bai Liqing turned around and saw a middle-aged man with a medium build and a handsome face walking towards him. Zhongyin? Zhongyin, a Summer Valley disciple, was also the person who had bought the 1,000-year red wood from him today. Fake 1,000-year redwood? Bai Liqing's face darkened. These Summer Valley disciples were not done yet? What's going on? The skinny middle-aged man standing beside Bai Liqing was confused. "Brother Zhang, these people from the Summer Valley are really shameless. First, it was Feng Baiwei who said that I sold him fake frozen blood jade. Now this Zhongyin is saying that I sold him fake 1,000-year redwood." Bai Liqing's face was full of anger. Do they really think that I am a pushover? End of this chapter. Chapter 230. Zhongyin was a disciple of the Summer Valley and a late Dharma adept. He was also the disciple of an elder of the Summer Valley. An elder of the Summer Valley was also an inner elder of the Lightning Sword sect. In the Lightning Sword sect, to become an inner elder, one had to be at least a mid-primordial soul adept. This was also the minimum requirement to become an inner elder. As for entering the Lightning Peak and becoming an elder, the requirements were even more stringent. One had to be at least at the late primordial soul stage. As for becoming an outer elder, one only had to be at the early primordial soul stage. In other words, in the Lightning Sword sect, even the most ordinary outer sect elder had to be at least at the primordial soul stage of cultivation. Bai Liqing. Zhong Yin floated to a spot not far from Bai Liqing and stared at him fiercely. In a low voice he asked, "I, Zhong Yin, have never offended you, have I? How dare you sell me fake 1,000-year redwood?" He had spent 80 high-quality spirit stones to buy a fake piece of 1,000-year redwood. When he first found out, Zhong Yin was furious. Originally, after coming to the Winter Valley for some time, his anger had subsided. But now, seeing Bai Liqing, his anger flared up again. It was like a prairie fire that could not be controlled. "Zhong Yin, are all the people of the Summer Valley sick?" Bai Liqing's face darkened as he said, "First, it was Fong Baiwei who said that the frozen blood jade I sold him was fake. Now you come to me and say that the 1,000-year redwood I sold you was fake. Are you going to be like Fong Baiwei and say that you have no evidence and that the 1,000-year redwood was destroyed because it came into contact with real fire?" As he spoke, Bai Liqing was also a little exasperated. Of course, deep in Bai Liqing's eyes there was a hint of fear. After all, Zhong Yin was different from Fong Baiwei. Not to mention the fact that Zhong Yin had an inner sect elder as his master. Zhong Yin's cultivation was also slightly stronger than his. "You even sold frozen blood jade to Brother Fong?" Zhong Yin frowned. Furthermore, Brother Fong said that the frozen blood jade was fake. The moment the true fire touches it, it disintegrated into ashes? Humph. Bai Liqing snorted coldly and sneered. "The people of the Summer Valley are obviously colluding with one another to slander me. Now you're still putting on an act?" Bai Liqing. Zhong Yin took a deep breath, looked at Bai Liqing and said, "Be it the 1,000-year redwood that I want or the frozen blood jade that Junior Brother Fong wants. They are both items that we have been searching for on the exchange, plazas, bounty board for some time. You don't usually sell them to us. Why are you selling 2 of them today? Be it 1,000-year redwood or frozen blood jade, they are not common items." As Zhong Yin spoke, he looked deeply at Bai Liqing. Right now, another Winter Valley disciple, Zhang Weiyuan, who was standing at the side, roughly understood what had happened through the conversation between the 2 of them. He immediately looked at Bai Liqing and asked, "Brother Bai Liqing, the fortune you mentioned today was because you sold the 1,000-year redwood and the frozen blood jade to Zhong Yin and Fong Baiwei of the Summer Valley?" This morning, Bai Liqing had suddenly looked for him, saying that he wanted to borrow 20 high-quality spirit stones and that he would return them on the same day. At that time, he had subconsciously thought that Bai Liqing would either borrow his spirit stones to gamble or borrow his spirit stones to buy some items and resell them to make a profit. Bai Liqing rarely gambled, so he was more inclined to believe the latter. Now that the Summer Valley disciple Zhong Yin had come looking for him, he knew that he had guessed correctly. Yes. Upon hearing Zhang Weiyuan's question, Bai Liqing immediately responded, "Your frozen blood jade and 1,000-year redwood were both bought from someone else?" Zhang Weiyuan asked again. "Yes." Bai Liqing replied again. Who would be so foolish as to not directly sell these 2 items to Zhong Yin and Fong Baiwei? Selling them to them would have earned more than selling them to someone else. Zhang Weiyuan frowned and said, "Furthermore, the 2 of them have been wanting these 2 items for a long time. In fact, the Exchange Plaza's bounty board is still searching for them. Brother Zhang, that junior brother, probably did not look at the bounty board, so he did not know that there were people in the Summer Valley who wanted these 2 items." Bai Liqing voiced out his opinion. "But the problem now is, Zhong Yin and Fong Baiwei both said that these 2 items were fake." Zhang Weiyuan continued. "Brother Zhang," Bai Liqing's expression became a little ugly. "Even you don't believe what I said? I was not the only one who confirmed that these two items were real. Zhong Yin and Feng Baiwei also personally checked the goods and confirmed that there were no mistakes before giving me the spirit stones. Brother Bai Liqing, I naturally believe what you said. I just feel that these two incidents are too coincidental. Zhang Weiyuan shook his head as he looked at Zhong Yin. Zhong Yin, don't joke around. Are you sure that you and Feng Baiwei did not collude to take back the spirit stones that you gave to Brother Bai Liqing? As he spoke, Zhang Weiyuan's gaze was extremely unfriendly. Although they were both late Dharma adepts, he did not fear Zhong Yin at all. In fact, during the previous Four Valleys martial arts competition, he had even defeated Zhong Yin within 10 moves. Zhang Weiyuan, it was not me who said that the 1,000-year redwood was fake. Zhong Yin sighed and said, it was my teacher who said that the 1,000-year redwood was fake. I wanted the 1,000-year redwood because I wanted my teacher to help me forge an ultimate Dharma spirit weapon that was most suitable for me. However, the moment his 5 adoration fire touched the 1,000-year redwood, the 1,000-year redwood turned into ashes. When the 1,000-year redwood first came into my hands, even my teacher could not tell that there was anything wrong with it. As Zhong Yin said this, he looked at Bai Liqing with an unfriendly gaze. You saw the 1,000-year redwood turn into ashes with your own eyes. Bai Liqing asked with a cold smile. When my teacher forged weapons, he did not like people to disturb him. What do you mean by that? Could it be that you think that my teacher took the 1,000-year redwood for himself and lied to me? Zhong Yin asked in a low voice. Who knows? Bai Liqing laughed mockingly. Bai Liqing, there are some things that you should not say, lest you get into trouble. Zhong Yin looked at Bai Liqing coldly. If my teacher wanted the 1,000-year redwood, he only needed to say the word, and I would give it to him. There was no need for such an excuse. If you don't believe me, I can ask him to come to the Winter Valley and confront you. Zhong Yin's voice became even colder. Brother Bai Liqing, your words are a little too much. At this time, Zhang Weiyuan stood up and said, Elder Kuliang is a primordial soul adept. Why would he covet his own disciples' 1,000-year redwood? The 1,000-year redwood may be precious to us, but to Elder Kuliang it is nothing. In fact, with his current level of practice, he basically has no use for 1,000-year redwood. Kuliang was Zhong Yin's teacher, an inner elder of the Lightning Sword sect, and also an elder of the Summer Valley. Brother Zhang, I was just joking. When Bai Liqing heard that Zhong Yin wanted to call his teacher over, he was already a little afraid. Now that Zhang Weiyuan had stepped up to give him a way out, he hurriedly responded with an awkward smile. Zhong Yin, did you hear that? Brother Bai Liqing, I was just joking with you. Zhang Weiyuan looked at Zhong Yin and said, also, no matter if it was you or Feng Baiwei, since the transaction between you and him has been settled, there is no point in continuing to pursue it. Don't tell me you don't know the rules of the sect? If we really blow things up, it will not be good for you. Even your teacher, Elder Kuliang, cannot ignore the rules of the sect. Zhang Weiyuan said, Of course I know that. Zhong Yin said in a low voice, Since the transaction has been settled, even if I bought a fake, I will accept it. I came here this time to ask Bai Liqing for an explanation. I want to ask him why he sold me a fake. Of course, I also thought that perhaps Bai Liqing himself did not recognize that the 1,000-year redwood he sold me was a fake. Just now, I heard him say that he bought the 1,000-year redwood from someone else today. It seems like my guess is not far off. At this point, Zhong Yin looked at Bai Liqing with a burning gaze. Bai Liqing, I do not intend to ask for the 80 high-grade spirit stones back. But you have to tell me, who sold you the 1,000-year redwood? Zhong Yin asked in a low voice. After all, he had been indirectly cheated by the person who sold the 1,000-year redwood to Bai Liqing. If it was only the 1,000-year redwood that he bought, he might have thought that it was just a coincidence. Perhaps the person who sold the 1,000-year redwood to Bai Liqing did not know that the 1,000-year redwood was a fake. However, Bai Liqing had told him, The frozen blood jade that Fong Baiwei, who was also a disciple of the Summer Valley, had bought from Bai Liqing was also a fake. Furthermore, both the 1,000-year redwood and the frozen blood jade were made by the same person. He could not help but let his imagination run wild. Was that person trying to mess with him and Fong Baiwei? What did he have in common with Fong Baiwei? They were both disciples of the Summer Valley. Of course, even so, Zhong Yin was more inclined to think that all of this was just a coincidence. Otherwise, it would be really hard to imagine. What kind of person could take out the fake frozen blood jade and the 1,000-year redwood at the same time? Of course, whether it was a coincidence or not. He wanted to verify it further. Just as Zhong Yin was about to ask Bai Liqing who had sold him the 1,000-year redwood, a voice came from afar and stopped near Zhang Weiyuan and Bai Liqing. "Senior brother Zhang, senior brother Bai Liqing, you're both here? What happened at the trade center? Do you know?" The person who had come was a young disciple of the Winter Valley. "What happened?" Zhang Weiyuan asked subconsciously. On the bounty list at the trade center, there were more than 10 items that the elders and disciples of the Summer Valley had put up for. 9 of them were removed from the list today. The young disciple of the Winter Valley sighed and said, "In just one day, 9 of the Summer Valley's disciples managed to buy the items that they had put up for a long time. The luck of the people of the Summer Valley is so good that it makes one envious." Almost as soon as this disciple of the Winter Valley finished speaking, Zhong Yin's expression changed completely. At the same time, he subconsciously looked at Bai Liqing. "Don't look at me," Bai Liqing replied subconsciously. "I only sold 2 items from the bounty list to you and Fong Baiwei. I did not sell the other items." Now, even Bai Liqing felt that this matter was not normal. End of this chapter. Chapter 231. This night, for the people of the Summer Valley, was destined to be a sensational night. This was because the 9 people of the Summer Valley had excitedly bought the items on the bounty list, only to discover that the items were all fake. Without exception, they were all fakes. Among the 9 people, if only 1 or 2 of them had bought fakes, it might have been a coincidence. But now everyone had bought fakes. When I first heard about this from the trade center, I thought that the people of the Summer Valley were lucky to have bought all 9 items on the same day. I never thought that they would all be fakes. Why do I feel that this is a little strange? This is not normal. This is not normal at all. As the news of the 9 people who had placed a bounty on the bounty board in the trading plaza, buying fake goods spread, the entire Summer Valley was in an uproar. Of the 9 people who had bought fakes, 7 were Summer Valley disciples and 2 were Summer Valley elders. While the Summer Valley was in an uproar, the 9 people who had bought fakes also gathered together. 5 old men and 4 middle-aged men. 2 of the old men were Summer Valley elders, both mid-primordial soul adepts. As for the other 7, they were all Summer Valley disciples. Zhong Yin was among them. My 2 uncles, as well as my brothers and sisters, this matter, we can basically confirm that someone deliberately tricked the people of the Summer Valley. Zhong Yin said to the other 8 people with a gloomy expression. "Cut the crap," one of the Summer Valley elders said with a dark expression. One of the Summer Valley elders said with a sullen face, "As long as you are not stupid, you will be able to tell." "That's right." Another Summer Valley elder said, "The most important thing now is to find out who is tricking us. If we find him, I will skin him alive. 100 high-quality spirit stones is a small matter, but losing face is a big deal. I, Li Dahu, am an inner sect elder of the Lightning Sword sect and a mid-primordial soul adept. How could I be so blind as to buy fakes? If news of this spreads, where will my face go?" As this Summer Valley elder spoke, his eyes seemed to be spitting fire. "Elders, the fake goods that Junior Brother Fong and I bought came from Bai Liqing, a disciple of the Winter Valley. However, I have now confirmed that Bai Liqing also bought those 2 items from someone else." Faced with the 2 elders of the Summer Valley who were speaking in an unfriendly tone, a look of displeasure flashed across the depths of Zhong Yin's eyes. However, he still maintained a forced smile on his face. What we need to do now is to see if the fake goods in your hands were also made by that person. Just as Zhong Yin finished speaking, Fang Baiwei also chimed in. Senior Brother Zhong is right. Tonight we will investigate thoroughly and see if the weapons that the 9 of us bought were made by the same person. If so, he's dead for sure. This night was destined to be a sleepless night for Zhong Yin and the others. Although the items in the hands of the other 7 people had only been bought from 5 people. One of the 5 people was the only son of the Spring Valley head, and he was a famous spoiled brat in the Lightning Sword sect. Unless he took the initiative to go out, no one would dare to disturb his sleep and cultivation. Let's wait. Outside the courtyard where the son of the Spring Valley head lived, Zhong Yin and the others waited patiently. It was not until late the next day that they heard the sound of the door opening. Creak! After the door to the room in the courtyard was opened, a young man dressed in a brocade robe walked out, stretching and yawning. The young man looked to be in his early 20s. He had sharp eyebrows, bright eyes, a fine nose, and red lips. His handsome features carried a hint of gentleness. If he were to change into female clothes, people would probably think that he was a beauty. And he was the only son of the Spring Valley head, Lu Lang. Junior Brother Lu, you've finally come out. Seeing Lu Lang come out, Fang Baiwei heaved a sigh of relief and greeted him. Lu Lang raised his head and saw the 9 people standing in the air outside the courtyard. People of the Summer Valley? What are they doing here? Lu Lang immediately saw that among the 9 people of the Summer Valley, one of them was the elder of the Summer Valley who had bought something from him the day before. It was also that item that had allowed him to easily earn 130 high-quality spirit stones. What did you call me? Lu Lang flew into the air and looked at Fang Baiwei, who had just called out to him. Junior Brother Lu. Fang Baiwei's face was full of smiles. Although the person in front of him was only a primal core adept, he had a good father. The Spring Valley head was the head of the 4 valley heads, and also the strongest of the 4 valleys. And the person in front of him was the only son of the Spring Valley head. Not just in the 4 valleys, but even in the entire Lightning Sword sect, not many people dared to offend him. Is Junior Brother Lu something you can call me? Lu Lang glared at him and asked coldly, Do you think that you are worthy of calling me Junior Brother? Fang Baiwei's expression changed, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Only now did he remember that this spoiled brat in front of him did not like to hear inner sect disciples call him Junior Brother. In his eyes, only the core disciples of the Lightning Peak had the right to call him Junior Brother. Furthermore, even among the core disciples of the Lightning Peak, not everyone could be called Senior Brother or Senior Sister. Young Master Lu, I'm sorry. Fang Baiwei apologized profusely. Humph. Lu Lang glanced disdainfully at the bowing Fang Baiwei, then looked at the other 8 people. You people of the Summer Valley have come looking for me early in the morning. If there's nothing important, don't disturb me when I'm out for a walk. Who knows? Maybe my luck today will be as good as yesterday. Just by walking around, I'll see some idiot selling items on the bounty list. As Lu Lang spoke, he looked at the few people from the Summer Valley with an impatient gaze. Hearing Lu Lang's words, the 9 people of the Summer Valley looked at each other and saw the realization in each other's eyes. Young Master Lu. One of the elders of the Summer Valley went straight to the point and opened up a portrait in his hands. Yesterday, did you sell that item to me by this person? If Zhou Dongwang was here, he would definitely be able to recognize him in the portrait. However, the portrait was much worse than the one that Freezing Wind had drawn for his sister, Yunlu. Hearing this, Lu Lang glanced at the portrait and could not help but laugh. It's quite similar, but there's no charm to it. That fool, on the surface, looks much more impressive than this young master. Why? You came looking for me early in the morning just to find out about this person? Don't tell me you're thinking of buying other items on the bounty list from him? Lu Lang subconsciously thought so. No, The expression of the Summer Valley elder, who was holding onto the portrait, darkened. Then he thanked Lu Lang profusely. "Thank you, young Master Lu. Now, we can confirm that the person who sold you the fake goods and then sold them back to us was this person." As the Summer Valley elder finished speaking, the other disciples of the Summer Valley shouted angrily, "This disciple of the Autumn Valley is unforgivable!" Just to help that idiot de Zhuang of the Autumn Valley, he dared to do such a thing to the Summer Valley? Damn it! Let's go! Let's get even with him. The group of people of the Summer Valley shouted angrily and turned to leave the Spring Valley for the Autumn Valley. What's going on? The idiot in the portrait is an Autumn Valley disciple. And let's be clear. What do you mean we sold you the fake item? The words of the group of people of the Summer Valley had completely piqued Lu Lang's curiosity. Lu Lang followed them and asked curiously. Since Lu Lang had asked, the people of the Summer Valley naturally did not dare to not tell him. When Lu Lang found out what had happened, he was completely stunned. The item he sold me yesterday was actually fake. Furthermore, he bought 8 other fake items for the others and then used us to sell them to these 9 people of the Summer Valley. And I thought he was an idiot who did not even look at the bounty list in the trade center. Now, it seems that not only is he not an idiot, he even used me. Interesting. After regaining his composure, Lu Lang's eyes lit up. He's just a new disciple of the Lightning Sword sect and the Autumn Valley. Just to help that idiot of the Autumn Valley, he actually dared to cheat the people of the Summer Valley? Impressive. His name is Zhou Donghuang. Very quickly, Lu Lang followed the 9 people of the Summer Valley to the Autumn Valley. After asking a disciple of the Autumn Valley where Zhou Donghuang lived, the people of the Summer Valley headed towards the mountainside where Zhou Donghuang lived. However, just as they neared Zhou Donghuang's courtyard, they saw an Autumn Valley disciple sitting cross-legged in midair. As they neared, the Autumn Valley disciple opened his eyes and looked at them from afar. "Are you here to look for Brother Zhou? Tell Zhou Donghuang to come out." Fang Baiwei said with a dark expression, "Brother, Zhou asked me to tell you. If you are in a hurry to find him, you can go to the trade center." This Autumn Valley disciple was none other than Huang Long, who had brought Zhou Donghuang to Himingshi when he had first arrived at the Autumn Valley. Huang Long had also heard the news from the Summer Valley that morning. The 9 people of the Summer Valley had all bought fake items the day before. His first thought was that someone had purposely used fake items to cheat the 9 people of the Summer Valley. Thus, he had specially come to look for De Zhuang and asked him if he knew who had done it. De Zhuang, who had already found out the truth the night before, had also told Huang Long the truth. "It's him." At that time, only Huang Long knew how shocked he had been. That new disciple, who had not even reached the Dharma stage, actually had such a trick up his sleeve? Brother Zhou is indeed a genius. To have guessed that they would come. Now, I will go and join in the fun as well. As the 9 people of the Summer Valley turned and left with dark expressions, heading towards the trade center, Huang Long followed them. "I remember you. I think your name is Huang who?" Lu Lang slowed down and walked alongside Huang Long. As he followed behind the 9 people of the Summer Valley, he asked Huang Long. Even though he knew that Lu Lang was not someone to be trifled with, Huang Long's face still darkened. "Young Master Lu, I am not Huang Hu, I am Huang Long." End of this chapter. Chapter 232. The Lightning Sword Sect. In the trade center. Little brother, you sold fake goods to the people of the Summer Valley. They will definitely not let this matter rest. De Zhuang followed behind Zhou Donghuang and said worriedly, "Why don't we return to the Summer Valley?" In the Summer Valley, with the valley head around, they would not dare to do anything rash. De Zhuang said, "Would they dare to do anything rash in the trade center?" Zhou Donghuang did not respond. He walked past the stalls in the trade center and finally came to the corner where the bounty list was. The person in charge of registering the bounty list was an outer elder. He recognized De Zhuang, but did not recognize Zhou Donghuang. De Zhuang, is this also a disciple of the Autumn Valley? Previously, when De Zhuang had bought fake goods from Pan Yilin and returned to the trade center to settle the score with him, this outer elder had not been there. Thus, he had not seen Zhou Donghuang. Yes, Elder Lu. De Zhuang nodded. Little brother, you have just entered the Autumn Valley. Young man, do you have something on the bounty list to sell, or are you here to put up a bounty for what you want? Elder Lu asked Zhou Donghuang with a smile. Put up a bounty, Zhou Donghuang said. Following this, he listed the names of several herbs that he needed to refine the core drug that would help him enter the Dharma stage. These herbs were all rare and precious. If he were to put up a bounty on the bounty list, even the cheapest of these herbs would cost 30 high-quality spirit stones, which was more expensive than the 9-ringed bamboo that Zhou Donghuang had asked De Zhuang to buy. Of course, although De Zhuang had spent 11 high-quality spirit stones, he had only bought a piece of fake 9-ringed bamboo. However, after strolling around the trading plaza, he had already bought a new 9-ringed bamboo. He had only spent 10 upper-grade spirit stones on it. Young man, these herbs that you want are not expensive, but to put them up on the bounty list, you will need almost 200 high-quality spirit stones. Elder Lu looked deeply at Zhou Donghuang and reminded him. In his opinion, this young man in white had just entered the Autumn Valley of the Lightning Sword sect and might not have that many spirit stones. Furthermore, to put up a bounty, you need to pay a 10% processing fee and a 10% deposit. The handling fee is collected by the sect. As for the security deposit, it's to prevent others from not having enough spirit stones if they have something that you want. If that really happens, the person who intends to sell you the item you are looking for will receive the deposit you left here. As he knew that Zhou Donghuang was a newcomer, Elder Lu very patiently explained the rules of the bounty list in the trade center. Yes, Zhou Donghuang nodded his head, indicating that he understood. He raised his hand and retrieved a few hundred mid-level spirit stones, a total of 380. 380 mid-grade spiritual stones were equivalent to 38 high-grade spiritual stones. The medicinal herbs that Zhou Donghuang had put up a bounty of 190 superior-level spirit stones. Of course, 1,900 intermediate-level spirit stones were also acceptable. This, seeing Zhou Donghuang casually take out so many mid-grade spirit stones, he began to take him seriously. The young man was dressed in robes as white as snow, and he was handsome and had an extraordinary aura. He did not look like someone from an ordinary background. Furthermore, he had just entered the Autumn Valley of the Lightning Sword sect and was able to produce so many spirit stones, so it was unlikely that he was from an ordinary background. Although he was surprised, Elder Lu quickly regained his composure and took the spirit stones, counting them and putting them away. At the same time, he gave Zhou Donghuang a written receipt. From the receipt, Zhou Donghuang found out that the sixth elder's name was Lu Qing. Of course, in the process of writing the receipt, Elder Lu Qing also asked for Zhou Donghuang's name, and it stated that he had received 380 mid-level spirit stones from Zhou Donghuang, a disciple of the Autumn Valley. That's enough. As Zhou Donghuang put away the receipt, Lu Qing also added the medicinal herbs that Zhou Donghuang had put up on the bounty list. The ranking on the bounty list was based on price. The item at the top of the bounty list had a bounty of 30,000 superior-level spirit stones. Furthermore, as long as Zhou Donghuang wanted it, he could easily obtain it in the near future, and he would not need to spend a single spirit stone. 4th grade reversing elixir. The reversing elixir was divided into 9 grades. 1st grade reversing elixir was only useful for Qi gathering adepts. 2nd grade reversing elixir was only useful for Khanate adepts and those below the Khanate stage. And 3rd grade reversing elixir was only useful for Primal Core adepts and those below the Primal Core stage. The 9th grade reversing elixir was the highest grade of reversing elixir, and it was also a legendary item. The 9th grade reversing elixir could even be used by deities' tribulation adepts. As long as one was still breathing, after consuming the 9th grade reversing elixir, One's injuries would be healed in a short period of time. Initially, I destroyed all of Chundandan's meridians, but it was precisely because the elder of the Xianin sect, Zhongya, obtained the reversing heaven grass and produced the second-grade reversing elixir that helped Chundandan recover her meridians. After that, after killing Zhongya, I found 6th-grade 2-heaven reversing pills in his spatial ring. Those 6th-grade 2-heaven reversing pills were all concocted using very crude alchemy techniques. It was a waste of the 5-leaf heaven reversing grass. In Zhou Donghuang's hands, the 5-leaf reversing heaven grass could even be used to produce a 5th-grade reversing elixir. A 5th-grade reversing elixir was an invaluable, life-saving item, even for primordial soul adepts. 6 second-grade reversing elixirs. When I enter the Dharma stage and refine them again, I'll be able to produce at least 2 4th-grade reversing elixirs. Of course, although he was confident that he could produce a 4th-grade reversing elixir, Zhou Donghuang was not interested in the 30,000 high-quality spirit stones on the bounty list. Even if he added up all the spirit stones that he had on him now, if converted to high-quality spirit stones, he would only be worth less than 50,000 high-quality spirit stones. However, to him, this amount of spirit stones was enough for the time being. The spirit stones that Zhou Donghuang had on him had basically all been obtained before he had come to the Lightning Sword sect. Through the memories of his past life, he had gone to a few planets in a few galaxies and obtained them first. Of course, most of the spirit stones that Zhou Donghuang had obtained were mid-quality spirit stones, and he did not have many high-quality spirit stones. This was because the few planets that he had been to could not be compared to the Tai Lao planet, where the Lightning Sword sect was located. The spirit stone mines there also had difficulty producing high-quality spirit stones. He's over there. Just as De Zhuang was about to greet the outer sect elder, Lu Qing, and was about to leave with Zhou Donghuang, an angry roar came from high up in the sky. Although this angry roar did not contain inner Yuan, it was loud enough to drown out all the other noises in the trade center. At this moment, the entire trade center became much quieter. Some people even subconsciously raised their heads to look at the source of the roar. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a group of 9 people floated in the air above the trade center. As their gazes converged on one spot, they all descended in unison. Behind the 9 people, 2 people followed unhurriedly. They were Lu Lang and Huang Long, who had come to watch the commotion. "Little brother, it's the people of the Summer Valley." De Zhuang's expression changed. Just as Zhou Donghuang raised his eyelids lazily, the 9 people of the Summer Valley had already descended from the air and surrounded Zhou Donghuang and De Zhuang. "Brother Zhou." At this time, Huang Long, who had followed closely behind, also landed beside Zhou Donghuang. Among these 9 people of the Summer Valley, 2 of them are elders of the Summer Valley. At this point, Huang Long could not help but swallow his saliva. He had never imagined that this brother Zhou would dare to trick even the elders of the Summer Valley. Furthermore, he had even tricked 2 elders of the Summer Valley. These were inner elders of the Lightning Sword sect, mid-primordial soul adepts. Elderly? Elder you? Because Zhou Donghuang and De Zhuang had not progressed far from the bounty list, the outer sect elder in charge of registering the bounty list, Lu Qing, was able to recognize 2 of the 9 people from the Summer Valley as soon as they landed. They were elders of the Summer Valley and were also inner sect elders of the Lightning Sword sect. In the Lightning Sword sect, the 2 of them were above him in terms of status and ability. At the same time, many elders and disciples of the Lightning Sword sect who had gathered to watch the commotion also came over to watch. They recognized the 2 elders of the Summer Valley immediately. "What's going on? What's going on?" Many of the onlookers did not know what was going on. "Zhou Donghuang, how dare you trick the 9 of us with fake goods?" However, as Fong Baiwei of the 9 people of the Summer Valley spoke, the onlookers immediately understood what was going on. This was because early in the morning they had all heard that the items that the 9 people of the Summer Valley had bought on the bounty list yesterday were all fake goods. Furthermore, when they were inspecting the goods, none of the 9 people had discovered that they were fake goods. Today, many people had guessed. Someone must have deliberately tricked the people of the Summer Valley. Now, the 9 people of the Summer Valley who had been tricked had all appeared and surrounded De Zhuang and another new disciple of the Autumn Valley. It was not difficult for them to guess what was going on. Was it De Zhuang and the young man in white who tricked the people of the Summer Valley? It can't be De Zhuang. De Zhuang can't possibly have that kind of ability. It's most likely this new disciple of the Autumn Valley. I think his name is Zhou Donghuang. The onlookers' attention was quickly focused on Zhou Donghuang, making him the center of attention. Zhou Donghuang, don't think that nothing will happen just because you don't speak. The Summer Valley disciple, Feng Baiwei, saw that Zhou Donghuang was ignoring him and flew into a rage. He glared at Zhou Donghuang and said through gritted teeth, "Do you believe that I will kill you?" "Oh." Zhou Donghuang looked at Feng Baiwei lazily. "Kill me? Do you dare?" In the Lightning Sword sect, disciples of the same sect were not allowed to injure or kill each other unless they had signed a life-and-death contract. Anyone who violated this rule would be punished. Furthermore, if one attacked a fellow disciple without reason, even if they did not injure or kill him, they would still be punished. The Lightning Sword sect might not be considered much in the entire universe. However, on the Tylao planet of the Hunlio galaxy, it was one of the top sections. The rules within the sect were very strict, and it was not something that a small sect could compare to. End of this chapter. Chapter 233. Just now, Feng Baiwei had only wanted to scare Zhou Donghuang, but he had not expected Zhou Donghuang to not care about his threat at all. Instead, he had taunted him verbally. Feng Baiwei was so angry that his face turned red. His inner yuan surged out of his body and formed a Dharma power. However, even though his Dharma power was formed, Feng Baiwei still did not have the courage to attack. The Lightning Sword sect's punishment for attacking a fellow disciple was too severe. Furthermore, if he attacked, he would be bullying the weak, and the punishment would be even more severe. After all, he was already in his 40s, and the young man in white before him was only in his early 20s. He was a mid-Dharma adept, and the young man had not even reached the Dharma stage. Zhou Donghuang. As Feng Baiwei was defeated by Zhou Donghuang, Zhong Yin glared at Zhou Donghuang and asked in a low voice, "Did you do this just to help De Zhuang vent his anger?" The other elders and disciples of the Summer Valley also glared at Zhou Donghuang unkindly. You can think of it that way. Zhou Donghuang glanced at Zhong Yin. There's something else that you might not know. Back then, when De Zhuang bought fake 9-ringed bamboo from the people of the Summer Valley, I asked him to buy it for me. What I lost was my spirit stones. As he spoke, Zhou Donghuang's lips curled into a faint smile, as if he was not affected by the loss of spirit stones at all. In reality, he did not care about the loss of spirit stones at all. Even if he did care, he had already earned it back from the people of the Summer Valley yesterday. Just because of such a small matter, you are willing to offend so many people of the Summer Valley? Zhong Yin asked in a low voice. Offend? Zhou Donghuang looked at Zhong Yin in surprise. Why do you say that? You sold so many fake goods and sold them to the 9 of us. Isn't that offending us? Zhong Yin's voice became even more sullen. That counts as offending. Zhou Donghuang was a little speechless. At the same time, he subconsciously looked into the distance. There, someone was flying over with the outer sect elder Lu Qing, who was in charge of registering the bounty list. This person was none other than the elder of the Lightning Sword Peak Hanku. Although I've only joined the Lightning Sword sect not too long ago, don't even think of bullying me because I don't know the rules of the sect. In this trade center, even if I buy fake goods, I can only blame myself for not having good taste. It's good to be taught a lesson within the sect, lest you embarrass yourself outside. Let's take a step back. Even if those things are fake and I personally sold them to you, as long as you buy them, you can only blame your bad luck. Moreover, I wasn't the one who sold those things to you. You bought it from someone else, but you came to me. Aren't you putting the cart before the horse? Zhou Donghuang said lightly. What a glib-tongued kid. One of the two elders of the Summer Valley glared at Zhou Donghuang fiercely and said, Kid, you should know the reason for this matter better than anyone else. Do you really think that, within the rules of the sect, you can wantonly toy with the people of the Summer Valley? Are you planning to stay in the sect for the rest of your life? As he spoke, the Summer Valley elder's face broke into a grin. There was no lack of threat in his words. Oh, Zhou Donghuang glanced at the Summer Valley elder. What you mean is, when I leave the sect, the people of the Summer Valley will take revenge on me. You can think of it that way. The Summer Valley elder laughed coldly. In the next moment, as Zhou Donghuang raised his head to look at the sky behind him, the expression on the Summer Valley elder's face changed drastically. Elder Han, did you hear all that? I did not break the rules of the sect, but the people of the Summer Valley are threatening me, saying that when I leave the sect, they will take revenge on me. These were Zhou Donghuang's exact words to the Lightning Peak elder, Han Ku, who was present. Elderly. At this moment, Han Ku's expression was cold as he looked at the Summer Valley elder and said in a low voice, Are you going to the law enforcement hall to receive your punishment yourself? Or should I report this to the law enforcement hall and have them send someone to bring you over? Elder Han, the Summer Valley elder, Li Dahu, looked at Han Ku with a bitter expression. I was just joking. You can say these words to the people in the law enforcement hall. Han Ku glanced coldly at Li Dahu and said, You should know the difference between you going to the law enforcement hall to receive your punishment yourself and me reporting this matter to the law enforcement hall and having them send someone to bring you over to receive your punishment. Li Dahu's expression changed once again, and he immediately turned back to look at Zhou Donghuang with a cold, murderous look. Only then did he reluctantly leave the trade center and head towards the law enforcement hall. In an instant, the scene fell into a dead silence. A Summer Valley elder, a dignified inner sect elder, had been sent to the law enforcement hall by an Autumn Valley disciple with just a few words. Once he entered the law enforcement hall, even if he did not die, he would at least lose a layer of skin. What are all of you gathered here for? Han Ku asked as he glanced at the 8 people of the Summer Valley surrounding Zhou Donghuang. Elder Han, another Summer Valley elder, looked at Han Ku with a bitter expression. This time, we did not intend to do anything to Zhou Donghuang. After all, what he did was indeed within the rules of the sect. However, when the sect set the rule that fake goods could be sold in the trade center, they did not consider that there were people who could forge all kinds of precious materials and pass them off as genuine. Just yesterday, the 9 of us spent close to 2,000 high-quality spirit stones to buy the fake goods that Zhou Donghuang sold. As the Summer Valley elder spoke, his tone revealed a hint of helplessness. Of course, close to 2,000 high-quality spirit stones had all fallen into the hands of the Lightning Sword sect disciples who had bought the fake goods from Zhou Donghuang. Zhou Donghuang had only received a few hundred high-quality spirit stones. Of course, Zhou Donghuang did not care about this small amount of spirit stones. If it were just for spirit stones, he would not have wasted time to forge the goods that the Summer Valley had put up as a reward. Today, we are only here to demand an explanation from Zhou Donghuang. Because Han Ku was present, and because the other Summer Valley elder had already been invited to the law enforcement hall by Han Ku, the remaining Summer Valley elder appeared to be very upright. Of course, even if he does not give us an explanation, we will not do anything to him. After all, his actions did not violate the rules of the sect. We also thought that he might not give us an explanation, but we're still here. We're not doing this for ourselves, but for everyone in the Lightning Sword sect. After all, anyone can be deceived by the fake goods that Zhou Donghuang sells. Under normal circumstances, inner sect disciples can only receive 1 high-quality spirit stone from the sect every month. Even core disciples can only receive 10 high-quality spirit stones a month. If they are deceived by Zhou Donghuang's fake goods, They may lose a few months or even a few years of spirit stones that the sect distributes to them. This elder of the Summer Valley spoke with a strong sense of righteousness and agitation. His words were very effective, and the crowd of disciples of the Lightning Sword sect who were watching all agreed with him. At that moment, many of the Lightning Sword sect disciples looked at Zhou Donghuang with unfriendly gazes. You people of the Summer Valley can rest assured about this. Zhou Donghuang smiled calmly. His voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard by everyone present. As long as people outside of the Summer Valley do not sell fake goods to people of the Autumn Valley, I can guarantee to all my fellow disciples outside of the Summer Valley that you will not buy fake goods from me. Of course, if people outside of the Summer Valley accidentally sell fake goods to people of the Autumn Valley, as long as they are sincere after the matter and resolve the problem amicably, I will not pursue the matter. Zhou Donghuang's words were tit for tat, and it was obvious that he was completely at odds with the Summer Valley. Zhou Donghuang's words caused the surrounding crowd to look at him strangely, and the faces of the people of the Summer Valley all changed. Even Han Ku, the Lightning Peak elder who was in charge of maintaining order in the trade center, looked at Zhou Donghuang with a look of helplessness and admiration. One person against the entire Summer Valley, regardless of the outcome. Based on the current situation, this young fellow's courage was astonishing. Zhou Donghuang, if that's the case, you mean to make the Summer Valley your enemy? Zhong Yin asked coldly, his face dark. I have no intention of making the Summer Valley my enemy, Zhou Donghuang said calmly. By doing this, I am merely giving you a taste of your own medicine. At the end of the day, it was your Summer Valley disciple who first sold me fake goods. Let's not talk about whether that matter is true or not. Even if it is true, after this incident, you will not be at a disadvantage. The Summer Valley elder said, How about we stop everything here? Stop everything here? Zhou Donghuang laughed. If you want to stop here, that's fine, but you must make the Summer Valley disciple who sold me fake goods, and the Summer Valley disciple who used his Dharma power to press De Zhuang to the ground, kneel before me and De Zhuang and kowtow in apology. If the Summer Valley can do this, I promise that I will not target the Summer Valley in the future. As soon as Zhou Donghuang said this, the entire place fell silent. I remember the Summer Valley disciple who sold the fake goods was Pan Yilin, and the Summer Valley disciple who used his Dharma power to press De Zhuang to the ground was Lian Ken, the personal disciple of the Summer Valley head. Even the Summer Valley might not be willing to make Pan Yilin kneel and kowtow in apology. After all, that would damage the Summer Valley's reputation, let alone make Lian Ken kowtow and apologize. The conditions that Zhou Donghuang proposed are too harsh. No one thought that the Summer Valley would compromise. That's impossible. Just as everyone thought, the Summer Valley elder regained his composure and rejected without a second thought. Then there's nothing to talk about. Zhou Donghuang shrugged and said nonchalantly, If that's the case, you people of the Summer Valley have to be careful when you buy things in the future, lest you buy fake goods again. Actually, by doing this, I am also testing your ability to identify fake goods, lest you people of the Summer Valley walk out of the sect and be cheated by others. Not only will you be cheated of your spirit stones, but you will also lose face for the sect. I feel that I am very noble. For the sake of the Summer Valley, I have really put in a lot of effort. End of this chapter. Chapter 234. A person like me who repays evil with kindness is rare in this world, right? Zhou Donghuang said with a smile. Ever since he had been reborn 1,000 years ago, Zhou Donghuang had always felt like he did not fit in with this world. In the eyes of others, he seemed cold and aloof. Only in front of his mother and sister, Yun Lu, did he seem more real. It was not that he did not want to fit in with this world, but that he could not. He had tried, but he had failed. Although he had to start from scratch after his rebirth, he still could not change the fact that he stood at the peak of the universe. All the mountains seemed small. He had seen and experienced what he should have seen. In this life, it was only a matter of time before he returned to the peak. Until this time when he came to the Lightning Sword sect and met one of the most important people in his past life, his third senior sister, Himingshi. Only then did he have a sense of belonging and identity to this world that he had been reborn into. Because of this, his mentality had changed so much that he was now able to joke around with the people of the Summer Valley. Fortunately, the people of Ziyun who knew Zhou Donghuang well were not here. Otherwise, if they had seen this scene, they would have been shocked speechless. This was because they had never seen this side of Zhou Donghuang. However, among the people of the Lightning Sword sect, apart from De Zhuang, who looked a little dazed, no one had expected that this usually unsmiling little junior brother would have such a side to him. The others did not feel anything, but they felt that Zhou Donghuang was shameless. He was the one who had deliberately sold fake goods to scam the people of the Summer Valley. But now he was saying that he was doing it for the good of the people of the Summer Valley? The 8 people of the Summer Valley were now staring at Zhou Donghuang as if they wanted to eat him alive. Otherwise, they would have been worried that they would say something harsh and follow in the footsteps of the Summer Valley elder who had gone to the law enforcement hall. They would have long cursed and even threatened him. Elder Han, you saw it too. This Zhou Donghuang is obviously trying to make life difficult for the Summer Valley. The remaining elder of the Summer Valley said angrily to Han Ku. Han Ku was also a little speechless. Wasn't what this kid from the Autumn Valley said just now what he had said after De Zhuang had bought the fake goods that the people of the Summer Valley had sold? Donghuang brat, let people off when possible. Han Ku looked at Zhou Donghuang and smiled bitterly. Elder Han. Zhou Donghuang looked at Han Ku, his face full of surprise. What I said just now was a repeat of what you said that day. Furthermore, didn't you say that being able to sell fake goods is also a kind of ability? Yesterday, I took out a total of 9 fake goods and sold them all. Furthermore, the people from the Summer Valley also bought all of them. Are you trying to tell me that what you said to me that day was fake? Zhou Donghuang asked mockingly. Han Ku was dumbfounded and speechless. Humph. The Summer Valley elder snorted coldly. His gaze swept across Zhou Donghuang like a knife, and he called out to the rest of the Summer Valley, "Let's go!" Zhou Donghuang's attitude was clear. He wanted to fight to the death with the Summer Valley. If he continued to stay, he would only lose face, so he might as well leave. Elder Yu, are we just going to let it go like this? On the way back to the Summer Valley, Fong Baiwei's face was filled with indignation. If we don't let it go like this, what else can you do? Why don't you kill him and use your life in exchange for his life to protect the Summer Valley? The Summer Valley elder turned back to look at Fong Baiwei and asked. Immediately, Fong Baiwei shut his mouth. He was not that great. After we return this time, we will go and see the Valley Head together. As long as the Valley Head is willing to intervene in this matter, whether it is to look for the sect leader or the Autumn Valley Head, that Zhou Donghuang will definitely not dare to act recklessly again. The Summer Valley elder continued. Hearing his words, the eyes of the group of Summer Valley disciples lit up. Back at the Summer Valley elder brought Fong Baiwei, Zhong Yin, and the other 7 disciples directly to the Summer Valley Head, Lian Kuan. Lian Kuan was a short, muscular, and dark-skinned, middle-aged man. He was at most 5 meters tall, and when he stood beside his personal disciple Lien, Kennen gave him pointers. His body was suspended in the air, and he maintained eye contact with Lien Ken, who was 8 meters tall. Now, Lian Kuan was teaching Lien Ken how to use his Dharma power to exert his strength more effectively, so that he could display a stronger battle power. As an ultimate primordial soul adept, Lian Kuan had even created a few tricks to exert his strength, which was enough to further display the power of his inner Yuan. Valley Head. It was only when the 8 people of the Summer Valley came to visit that Lien Ken stopped what he was doing and stood behind Lian Kuan, who was suspended in the air a foot above the ground. Even so, Lian Kuan's shoulders were only level with Lian Can's. What's the matter? Lian Kuan, the Summer Valley Head, could not help but frown at the sight of so many people coming to visit him at once. Valley Head. The Summer Valley elder stood up and explained everything that had happened, as well as what the Autumn Valley disciple, Zhou Donghuang, had just said. That Autumn Valley disciple actually wanted me to kneel and kowtow to him and that de Zhuang as an apology. Lien Kan, who was standing behind Lien Kuan, suddenly had a cold look in his eyes, and his face seemed to be covered with a layer of frost in that instant. The fake goods that you bought were all made by him alone? Unlike Lien Kan's one-sided view, Lien Kuan, the Summer Valley head, saw more. If that's the case, his methods are indeed not simple. Master, Lien Kan said disdainfully that Zhou Donghuang is just a small golden essence adept. So what if he has some unorthodox methods? He won't be able to do anything. You look down on his methods? Lien Kuan asked. Lien Kan silently agreed. Then, how do you propose we resolve this matter? Lien Kuan asked again. Hearing Lien Kuan's words, Lien Kan did not know how to respond. This was because the Summer Valley elder before him had also said that everything that the other party had done was within the rules of the sect, and that he could not use force. If he could not use force, what else could he do? Humph. Lien Kuan snorted coldly and did not give Lien Kan any face as he scolded him. That's why I said, don't underestimate anyone, and don't underestimate Zhou Donghuang's methods. If you also had those methods, you could totally go to the Autumn Valley and force Zhou Donghuang to give up on the idea of continuing to harm the Summer Valley. After hearing the Summer Valley elder's words, Lien Kuan was also a little angry. Now that Lien Kan was in trouble, he immediately vented his anger on Lien Kan. As for Lien Kan, he could only nod his head like a little chick pecking at rice. Master is right, master is right. However, in Lien Kan's heart, he hated Zhou Donghuang even more. Valley Head, if you do not intervene in this matter and continue, I'm afraid that it will cause panic in the Summer Valley. The Summer Valley elder smiled bitterly. If I intervene now, won't I become a joke? An Autumn Valley disciple who has not even reached the Dharma stage actually wants me, the Summer Valley head, to personally intervene in a game with the Summer Valley? Lien Kuan laughed coldly as he spoke. Instantly, the Summer Valley elder fell silent. Master, in my opinion, that Zhou Donghuang must have said that on purpose. Yesterday, he cheated Elder Yu and a few other seniors, which could be considered as helping de Zhuang take revenge. Lien Kan said in a timely manner, even if you gave him 10 times the courage, I think he would not dare to continue to offend the Summer Valley. Lien Kan's words made the Summer Valley elder and the others feel that there was some truth to it. As for Lien Kuan, he had no intention of intervening at all. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed, and in this month, when the people of the Summer Valley traded in the trade center, although they were careful, they did not buy any fake goods. The clamor of the Autumn Valley disciple, Zhou Donghuang, was like a stone that had sunk into the ocean. Looks like that Zhou Donghuang was just saying it casually. I thought he really dared to challenge the whole valley. I overestimated him. Thinking about it, it's normal. He has already taken his revenge, and in comparison, he has gained a greater advantage. Naturally, there is no need to continue to antagonize the valley. A month ago, the people of the Lightning Sword sect, who had personally heard Zhou Donghuang say that he would continue to cheat the Summer Valley with fake goods, shook their heads. They felt that what Zhou Donghuang had said back then was just a casual remark. In this month, the people of the Summer Valley also gradually began to let down their guard. Even so, they still did not buy any fake goods. However, they did not know that in this month, the reason why the Summer Valley was peaceful was entirely because Zhou Donghuang had shut himself into train after returning to the Autumn Valley. The last silver essence has finally transformed into a golden essence. After a month, the remaining silver essence in Zhou Donghuang's dantian had successfully transformed into a golden essence. Since then, Zhou Donghuang had trained all 4 primal essences in his dantian to the golden essence. Next, I can break through to the Dharma stage. I wonder if anyone will sell me the herbs that I have offered for a reward while I'm in seclusion. At this thought, Zhou Donghuang walked out of his room and went to find Zhuang. This time, before he had shut himself into train, he had left enough spirit stones for Zhuang. If anyone wanted to sell him the herbs that he had offered for a reward, Zhuang could trade for him. Little brother, the last herb that you wanted, I bought it 10 days ago. Zhuang handed the herbs to Zhou Donghuang and smiled sheepishly. Very good. Zhou Donghuang had just returned to his room to produce the core medicine when an excited voice came from outside. Zhou Donghuang, you rascal. You've finally come out of seclusion. A month ago you said that you would let me participate, but in the end you went straight into seclusion to train. Recently, the people in the sect have been saying that you've become a coward and don't dare to use fake goods to trick the people of the Summer Valley anymore. Hurry up and make a few fake goods, and I'll find someone to sell them. Now, the person standing outside Zhou Donghuang's door was none other than the Spring Valley disciple, Lu Lang. Lu Lang was also the only son of the Spring Valley head, and he was famous for being a spoiled brat in the Lightning Sword sect. A month ago, Lu Lang had shamelessly pestered Zhou Donghuang, asking him to hand over the fake goods to him so that he could find someone to sell them to the people of the Summer Valley. End of this chapter. Chapter 235. This guy, Zhou Donghuang, who had just put away the core medicine, heard the voice coming from outside and could not help but shake his head. He was indeed a spoiled brat. He actually found this kind of thing fun. However, he was happy to have someone help him get rid of the counterfeits, and he did not need to do it himself. After asking Lu Lang about the items that the people of the Summer Valley had recently placed on the bounty list, Zhou Donghuang asked him to prepare some cheap materials. Zhou Donghuang, are you sure that the items that the people of the Summer Valley have placed on the bounty list can be forged with these cheap materials? After helping Zhou Donghuang gather the cheap materials and handing them to him, Lu Lang's eyes widened in disbelief. However, when he saw with his own eyes that Zhou Donghuang had turned waste into treasure and refined a pile of cheap materials into the items that the people of the Summer Valley had placed on the bounty list, he could not help but be dumbfounded. My God! Lu Lang looked at the items in front of him for a while and realized that he could not tell that they were counterfeits at all. Without destroying them, it was impossible to tell that they were counterfeits. And the person who sold these items, even if they were real, would not allow anyone to destroy them. This was the same logic as the 9 counterfeits that Zhou Donghuang had sold a month ago. Now I'm looking forward to the expressions of those elders of the Summer Valley when they discover that they are counterfeits after buying these items. Lu Lang, who was eager to see the world in chaos, followed Zhou Donghuang's instructions and selected the most expensive items on the bounty list that could be forged. These were all items that the elders of the Summer Valley had placed bounties on. The cheapest item had a bounty of 300 high-quality spirit stones. The most expensive item had a bounty of 1,000 high-quality spirit stones. The items that the elders of the Summer Valley had placed bounties on were so expensive that when the elders and disciples of the Lightning Sword sect saw the bounties on them, they would leave the sect and put in a lot of effort to find these items. Normally, in less than half a month, the people of the sect would be able to find the items that they were looking for. However, this time, Lu Lang was destined to beat them to it. More accurately, it was the people that Lu Lang had found who beat them to it. Zhou Donghuang, if I find people to help, I will not take a cut myself. The people that I find, I will give them 10% of their hard work. How about that? Lu Lang asked Zhou Donghuang. Yes. Zhou Donghuang nodded. Do as you see fit. For the next period of time, I will continue to train in seclusion. Before I come out of seclusion, don't disturb me. Now that the elixir that could help him break through to the Dharma stage was ready, he wanted to try out his idea and see if he could directly enter the Dharma stage. Seeing Zhou Donghuang return to his room after giving him the items, Lu Lang could not help but pout. What a training maniac! As soon as he finished speaking, he looked at the few items in his hand, and a bright smile bloomed on his face. These will be fun to play with. I'm really curious to see the expressions on the faces of the Summer Valley elders when they realized that these things were fake. 3 days later, Summer Valley. Valley Head, you have to intervene in this matter. This time, the losses of the Summer Valley have already exceeded 2,000 high-grade spirit stones. A few elders of the Summer Valley arrived at Lien Kuin's residence. One of the elders was furious. That Autumn Valley disciple is too much. Hearing the words of the Summer Valley elder, Lien Kuin's expression did not change, but he could not help but feel disdain in his heart. It was clearly you old fellows who were blind enough to buy fake goods and lost your own spirit stones. And now you say that it was the Summer Valley's loss? Usually, when we were producing elixirs for the Summer Valley disciples, we would ask them to take out some spirit stones to contribute to the Summer Valley. Which one of them was not stingy and crying about being poor? Of course, Lien Kuin could only think about these words in his heart. He could not say them out loud. Valley Head, you really have to intervene in this matter. If this continues, the people of the Summer Valley will definitely be in a state of panic. Another elder of the Summer Valley said, Valley Head, even if you do not look for the sect leader, you should look for the Autumn Valley Head. With the Autumn Valley Head's words, I believe that Autumn Valley disciple Zhou Donghuang will restrain himself. Another elder of the Summer Valley said, Elders, are you sure that the fake goods that you bought were made by Zhou Donghuang? Lien Kuin asked. Without waiting for them to speak, Lien Kuin continued, As far as I know, that Zhou Donghuang, ever since he returned to the Autumn Valley a month ago, no one has seen him leave the Autumn Valley. Perhaps the fake goods that you bought had nothing to do with him? Lien Kuin asked. Valley Head, although the person who sold me the fake goods was an elder of the outer sect, and he was unwilling to reveal the source of the fake goods, is there a need to ask? It was definitely made by that Autumn Valley disciple. That's right, Valley Head. Besides him, who else would have the ability to do so? Before he entered the Lightning Sword sect, we had never seen fake goods run rampant. Ever since he came, fake goods have become rampant, and they are targeting the Summer Valley. Valley Head, make a trip to the Autumn Valley and speak to the Autumn Valley Head. As long as the Autumn Valley Head says the word, Zhou Donghuang will definitely not dare to act recklessly. A few elders of the Summer Valley bowed to Lien Kuin and pleaded in unison. Valley Head, please help us and the Summer Valley. Seeing this, Lien Kuin could not help but frown. He did not like the feeling of being forced to do something beyond his abilities. However, since the elders of the Summer Valley had already gone to this extent, if he continued to reject them, he would inevitably lose their trust. I will make a trip to the Autumn Valley in the next 2 days. After receiving Lien Kuin's reply, the elders of the Summer Valley left in satisfaction. After the few of them left, Lien Kuin's face turned completely gloomy and extremely ugly. Not long after, news of the elders of the Summer Valley buying fake goods and more than 2,000 high-quality spirit stones in total once again caused an uproar in the Lightning Sword sect. That Autumn Valley disciple is so daring? I thought he had become smarter. I did not expect that in just a short month he would cause such a huge ruckus again. This time, the Summer Valley's losses are even more ridiculous than the last time. He is digging a hole for the Summer Valley. Now, even some of the elders and disciples of the Lightning Sword sect, who did not know Zhou Donghuang before now, learned of his existence from their fellow disciples. Of course, their knowledge of Zhou Donghuang, apart from his identity as a disciple of the Autumn Valley, was limited to the fact that he could easily fool even primordial soul adepts. Senior Brother Lien, this matter is getting out of hand. If we had known, we would not have sold fake 9-ringed bamboo to the Zhuang of the Autumn Valley. Pan Yilin smiled bitterly as he spoke in Lien Kan's residence in the Summer Valley. He had never imagined that, just because he and Lien Kan had been on a whim, so many people of the Summer Valley had been harmed by fake goods. In this period of time, he could see that some of the elders and disciples of the Summer Valley who had been deceived now looked at him differently. In the past they had ignored him, but now they looked at him with hatred. He was sure, if not for the rules of the Lightning Sword sect, which forbade members of the same sect from harming each other for no reason, the elders and disciples of the Summer Valley might have already made a move on him. After all, in the eyes of the elders and disciples of the Summer Valley, it was Pan Yulin who had indirectly caused them to buy fake goods and lose a large number of spirit stones. Since it has already been done, there is no room for regret. Lien Kan said calmly, "My master has already gone to the Autumn Valley to look for the Autumn Valley head. He went there to discuss this matter. From today onwards, this matter has come to an end." However, in the instant home, Lien Kan's lips curled into a cold smile, and his eyes shone with a murderous intent. That Zhou Donghuang actually dared to ask me to kneel and kowtow in front of him and apologize. This enmity has been formed. As long as I find an opportunity, he will definitely die. The matter of the fake goods has come to an end, but the show between me and him has only just begun. As long as he is in the Lightning Sword sect, I will suppress him. As he spoke, the cold smile on Lien Kan's face deepened. At this time, Pan Yulin also took the opportunity to flatter Lien Kan. "That Zhou Donghuang, he has offended you, senior brother Lien. Sooner or later, he will be in deep trouble. There is still time. Take your time to play with him." Lien Kan smiled mockingly. At the same time, the Summer Valley head Lien Kuan was sitting opposite He Jin in the courtyard of the Autumn Valley head's residence. "Senior brother Lien Kuan, you must have something to ask of me, right?" He Jin asked with a smile. "Junior brother He, I have indeed come to find you." Lien Kuan nodded. "I did not intend to come, but the elders of the Summer Valley came to ask for my permission. I had no choice but to come." "Oh, what is it that's so serious?" He Jin's face was full of surprise. "Junior brother He, your Autumn Valley has a new disciple who has been in the sect for almost 2 months. Zhou Donghuang, you should know of him, right? He has not yet reached the Dharma stage, but he has entered the Autumn Valley. He needs your permission, personally." Lien Kuan asked. "Zhou Donghuang? Of course I know of him." He Jin nodded. "Speaking of which, he is the new disciple that my girl brought into the Autumn Valley. At first, I only thought that his martial arts talent was passable, but after listening to Han Ku, I found out that he is also good at creating fake goods. He can even fool primordial soul adepts. Senior brother Lien Kuan, you did not come to find me because of what he did to the Summer Valley a month ago, did you?" He Jin asked. "If it was only about what happened a month ago, it would not be a big deal." Lien Kuan shook his head. "Yesterday, a few elders of the Summer Valley bought another batch of fake goods. In total, they lost more than 2,000 superior-level spirit stones. They suspect that the fake goods came from your Autumn Valley disciple, Zhou Donghuang. This is different from a month ago, when the person who sold the fake goods to the people of the Summer Valley personally confessed to Zhou Donghuang. This time, the person who sold the fake goods to the elders of the Summer Valley is not willing to reveal the source of the fake goods. I came to find you, junior brother He, mainly because I want you to help me ask Zhou Donghuang. If he did not do it, then so be it. If he was the one who did it, it was enough. After all, indulging in unorthodox ways will affect his practice, and he may even be unable to continue staying in the Autumn Valley when he is 30. Lien Kuan's words sounded more like he was thinking of Zhou Donghuang. End of this chapter. Chapter 236. Senior brother Lien Kuan has put in a lot of effort. Although He Jin felt that Lien Kuan was shameless, he still put on a good front. I will have a good chat with him about this. However, whether he listens or not is not something I can control. After all, what he has done is not against the rules of the sect, He Jin said. Lien Kuan shook his head and laughed. Junior brother He, you must be joking. You are the Autumn Valley head, and since you have spoken as an Autumn Valley disciple, how could Zhou Donghuang not listen to you? Senior brother Lien Kuan, young people nowadays are not like us. They all have their own ideas. In the past, if we had his ability, would we have dared to do this? He Jin countered. Lien Kuin was speechless. If he had been younger and had Zhou Donghuang's forgery skills, he would not have done what Zhou Donghuang had done, even if he knew that forgery could make him rich. Although it was not against the rules of the sect, it would offend many people. When he was young, he had aspired to the position of Summer Valley head. If he offended too many people and caused trouble for him in the future, he might not even be able to live to this day, let alone the position of Summer Valley head. Within the sect, no one dared to do anything rash. But what about outside the sect? Could he not leave the sect for the rest of his life? Lien Kuin had just left when a travel-worn figure landed in He Jin's courtyard. It was He Mingxi, Zhou Donghuang's third senior sister, who had just returned. "Silly girl, you've been gone for so long this time. Where did you go?" He Jin asked with a smile, his eyes full of affection. "I just went for a walk," He Mingxi replied casually. Of course, she could not possibly tell her father that she had gone to investigate Zhou Donghuang's background. After all, the dream that he had mentioned was too far-fetched. "Father, why is Uncle Lien Kuin here? I don't remember him coming to the Autumn Valley to look for you." He Mingxi asked curiously. "He's here for your little junior brother." As the Autumn Valley head, He Jin knew that He Mingxi had addressed Zhou Donghuang as little junior brother. "He's here for little junior brother?" He Mingxi was stunned and asked, "Could it be that he's here to poach us? You want to poach junior brother to the Summer Valley?" On this trip to the Xian planet of the Kaiyuan galaxy, she could be said to have seriously investigated Zhou Donghuang's background. After this investigation, she was shocked. On a planet that lacked cultivation resources, her junior brother had actually achieved his current level of cultivation in such a short period of time. Furthermore, her junior brother had once killed a Dharma adept who had just entered the Dharma stage despite being a golden essence adept. As a Dharma adept, she knew the difference between a Dharma adept and a golden essence adept who was the closest to becoming a Dharma adept. It was an insurmountable gap. Even the weakest Dharma adept could not be killed by a golden essence adept. At least, in the history of the Lightning Sword sect, the Tyla planet, and the Hunglio galaxy, she had never heard of a golden essence adept being able to kill a Dharma adept. This had already subverted everything she knew. Because of this, she felt that her junior brother couldn't be treated as an ordinary golden core cultivator, and she even subconsciously felt that he was extremely outstanding. Therefore, at this time, she subconsciously asked her father if the Summer Valley head was here to poach him. Poach him! He Jin was stunned for a moment, then immediately shook his head and said, "No, he's here because he wants me to speak to your junior brother and ask him not to forge the items that the people of the Summer Valley have placed a bounty on in the future and let people sell fake goods to the people of the Summer Valley." Fake goods? He Mingxi was stunned. After all, she had just returned, and after all, she did not know about the incident that had caused an uproar in half of the Lightning Sword sect a month ago. However, as He Jin explained, she very quickly understood the ins and outs of the matter. At the same time, she also knew the reason why the Summer Valley head, Lien Kuin, had come this time. He has this kind of ability. He Mingxi did not know whether to laugh or cry, but at the same time, a cold light flashed in her eyes. However, that Summer Valley disciple, Panyulin, actually dared to sell fake goods to Dezhuang and bully him? He must have eaten a bear's heart and a leopard's gall. Knowing that Dezhuang had been cheated, He Mingxi was obviously very angry. "My good daughter, your junior brother has already avenged Dezhuang, so this matter has come to an end. Let's just end it here." He Jin felt a headache coming on. He naturally understood his own daughter very well, and with her temper, she would definitely help Dezhuang get back at him. "Some things, you still have to do it yourself to vent your anger," He Mingxi said. "As for what junior brother has done this time, I feel that it has helped to vent my anger. Father, you're not really going to look for junior brother and ask him to stop forging fake goods to sell to the people of the Summer Valley, are you? You can't do this. If you go look for him, I'll fall out with you, He Mengshi said to He-jin with a serious face, and the latter agreed immediately. He could only silently apologize to the Summer Valley head, Lien Kuin, in his heart. I'm going to look for junior brother and Dezhuang. After saying goodbye to He-jin, He Mingshi left in a hurry. However, she only found Dezhuang. Zhou Donghuang was practicing in his own room. He Mingshi did not disturb his practice and immediately called out to Dezhuang, Dezhuang, let's go. Follow me to the Summer Valley to find Pan Yilin. He even dared to touch my people. He must have eaten the heart of a bear and the guts of a leopard. He Mingshi's eyes flashed coldly as she looked in the direction of the Summer Valley. Although within the Lightning Sword sect, disciples of the same sect were not allowed to fight without reason, not to mention the fact that there was no evidence to prove that Pan Yilin had sold fake goods to Dezhuang. Even if he had really done so, it was within the rules of the sect, and they could not use this reason to cause trouble for Pan Yilin. But who was He Mingshi? She was the daughter of the Autumn Valley head He-jin, and she was the only daughter at that. With such a status, even if she really hurt someone, as long as the matter was not serious enough, even if the law enforcement hall arrested her, they could not really do anything to her. In fact, the most troublesome people for the law enforcement hall were He Mingshi and Lu Lang, who were the only daughters and sons of the valley heads. Even if He Mingshi and Lu Lang went to the law enforcement hall, the people of the law enforcement hall still treated them like their ancestors. Senior sister, there's no need. Dezhuang shook his head and smiled. Junior brother has already helped me take revenge. I am not unhappy anymore, and I am not angry anymore. You big fool. He Mingshi shook her head. Since you are not going, then I will go alone. As soon as she finished speaking, she did not wait for Dezhuang to speak and quickly flew away. She left the Autumn Valley and headed for the Summer Valley. He Mingshi was a very protective person. A large part of the reason why Zhou Donghuang had respected her in his previous life was because He Mingshi's protective attitude gave him a sense of home. During that period of time, he felt very secure. It was as if even if the sky collapsed, third senior sister would hold it up for him. Pan Yilin, get out here. After He Mingshi went to the Summer Valley and asked for Pan Yilin's address, she went straight there and shouted. Her voice was so loud that it spread across a large area. It's He Mingshi. That Pan Yilin fellow, did he offend He Mingshi? Many people of the Summer Valley came out to take a look and recognized He Mingshi. However, even some of the elders of the Summer Valley, although they saw that He Mingshi had come aggressively, had no intention of interfering. They all pretended not to see anything. Senior sister Pan Yilin, who was practicing in his room, was startled awake by He Mingshi. His face was pale. He had not intended to go out, but when he thought that He Mingshi might just tear down his residence if he did not go out, he could only muster his courage and go out. I hope senior brother Lien can step out in time, otherwise I will definitely not be able to escape a beating from this senior sister Pan Yilin walked out of the room, helplessly, and rose into the air. He looked at He Mingshi, who was standing in the air far away, and braced himself to greet her. Senior sister, Pan Yilin, you are really amazing. You even dared to lie to Dezhuang. He Mingshi looked at Pan Yilin deeply and said, It seems like you do not respect me at all. Senior sister, you have misunderstood. Pan Yilin smiled bitterly and said, That matter was a misunderstanding. The 9-ring bamboo that I sold to Dezhuang was real, not fake. He Mingshi interrupted Pan Yilin and asked calmly, You mean Dezhuang is slandering you? Seeing that He Mingshi's gaze had turned cold, Pan Yilin felt his scalp go numb. At the same time, he felt that he would not be able to escape this beating. He could only hope that this senior sister he would show mercy and not be too heavy-handed. Of course, he would definitely not die or be crippled. On this point, he still believed that He Mingshi had a sense of propriety. And just as He Mingshi's vital energy swept out and condensed into the Dharma power of a giant tiger that was 10 feet tall, preparing to attack Pan Yilin. A figure floated out and blocked in front of Pan Yilin. Junior's sister Mingxi. The person who had appeared was the personal disciple of the Summer Valley head, Lien Kuin. Lien Ken was not only Lien Kuin's personal disciple, but he was also Lien Kuin's adopted son. He was an orphan that Lien Kuin had picked up and brought back to be adopted. Lien Ken was actually younger than He Mingxi by 3 years, but his martial arts talent was slightly higher than He Mingxi's. Although he was younger than He Mingxi, his level of cultivation was not lower than He Mingxi's. Lien Ken, this matter has nothing to do with you. He Mingxi frowned and said in a low voice, "Get lost!" Zhou Donghuang did not know that his third senior sister, He Mingxi, had already returned. Now he was completely immersed in his practice. The core drug that he had produced was called the developing essence and was a type of ancient core drug. In his previous life, after he had attained the heavenly stage, he had accidentally obtained the formula in an ancient relic. It was the fruit of the blood and sweat of the ancient people, and it had long been lost in the boundless universe at that time. The developing essence could allow golden essence adepts to forcefully condense their Dharma power in a short period of time. Of course, during this process, a spirit gathering spell was needed to absorb the spirit energy from heaven and earth. Coupled with the medicinal power of the developing essence, the golden essence would manifest its Dharma power. 4 developing essence, each with medicinal power entering a golden essence. I wonder if I can directly manifest the Dharma power of the 4 mythical beasts. Zhou Donghuang was somewhat expectant. End of this chapter. Chapter 237. The developing elixir was an ancient elixir, and when Zhou Donghuang obtained its formula, he was already a mighty adept at the heavenly man stage. Naturally, he had no use for this elixir that was meant for golden essence adepts. Furthermore, in his previous life, he had taken in a few disciples in the universe. At that time, even the weakest of them was already a divine transformation adept, so they naturally had no use for the developing elixir. In his previous life, Zhou Donghuang felt that it would be difficult for him to use the formula of the developing elixir, unless he suddenly decided to take in another disciple. However, he did not expect that before he could take in another disciple, he would be reborn 1,000 years ago due to an accident and have to start all over again. Under such circumstances, the developing elixir came in handy. Next, I'll first set up the energy gathering formation, then take the developing elixir. Zhou Donghuang did not lack spirit stones now. Before leaving the Xian planet and coming to the Tailao planet, he had traveled to a few planets in a few galaxies. Based on the memories of his previous life, he managed to obtain the relics, left behind by a few Dharma adepts who had died of old age. Among them, there were many spirit stones. Of course, most of them were mid-quality spirit stones, with only a few high-quality spirit stones. This was also because the planets that the Dharma adepts were on could not compare to the Tailao planet that the Lightning Sword sect was on, be it in terms of the training environment or the training resources it contained. The Tailao planet had high-quality spirit stone veins, but those few planets did not. Those few planets had all been visited by Zhou Donghuang before he had reached the Dharma stage in his previous life. It was also at that time that he began to pay attention to the relics left behind by the Dharma adepts. However, every time he could only sigh helplessly because someone had already taken away the relics of the Dharma adepts before him. After that, Zhou Donghuang naturally heard about the relics left behind by many Dharma adepts. However, at that time his level of training was already quite high, and he only left the relics of the Dharma adepts to fate and did not purposely pursue them. Therefore, although he knew when the relics of the Dharma adepts had appeared on each planet, he did not pay attention to the specific location. At that time, what he paid attention to was where the primordial soul adepts and above died of old age. However, with his current ability, he still did not have the ability to collect the various relics left behind by the primordial soul adepts and above. There are also some rare spirit fruits appearing. In addition, in Zhou Donghuang's memory, there were many specific times and specific circumstances of the birth of the spirit fruits. These spirit fruits were also things that he would collect in the future. In his previous life, out of all the rare spirit fruits that he knew of, it was rare for even one to be his. But in this life, with the memories from his previous life, he was completely able to act before the various forces and experts could act and collect those spirit fruits. To Zhou Donghuang in this life, the memories of his past life were no different from a cheating device. More than 300,000 mid-tier spirit stones are equivalent to more than 30,000 high-tier spirit stones. It's enough for me to use for a while. 30,000 high-quality spirit stones. Even in the Lightning Sword sect, there were not many people who could afford such a sum. Zhou Donghuang had obtained the spirit stones from the graves of a few Dharma adepts who had reached the end of their lives. Unlike those who came from sects, these adepts did not have many ready-made resources. Instead, they focused on searching for and earning spirit stones. Only with spirit stones could they purchase the various resources they needed. He did not seem like someone who came from a sect. In the Lightning Sword sect, as long as one completed the various tasks given out by the sect, they would be able to earn a certain amount of contribution points. The accumulated contribution points could be used to exchange for core drugs, spirit weapons, and even some rare materials. In the Lightning Sword sect, there were some things that could not be bought with spirit stones. One had to use contribution points. Of course, after using contribution points to exchange for items, one could then exchange them for spirit stones at the trade center. This was also possible. In the entire boundless universe, as long as the other sects were presentable, they were basically all similar to the Lightning Sword sect. Under such circumstances, those who came from sects, with the exception of the few people at the top of a sect, generally did not have as much spiritual stones as those rogue cultivators who dared to fight outside, unless they had a fortuitous encounter and made a fortune outside. Because of this, the amount of spirit stones that Zhou Donghuang could use now, not to mention the outer sect elders of the Lightning Sword sect. Even among the inner sect elders, there were not many who could match up to him. Of course, those who stood at the top of the Lightning Sword sect, like the 4 valley heads of the inner sect, the 5 hall heads of the outer sect, and the elders of the Lightning Peak, their spirit stone wealth was definitely astonishing. This was because many of the things that could be exchanged for with contribution points in the sect were contributed by them. Correspondingly, the sect would give them a certain amount of spirit stones as compensation. 10,000 mid-quality spirit stones should be enough to set up a chi-gathering spell, right? Under normal circumstances, Zhou Donghuang would not need to use 10,000 mid-quality spirit stones to set up a chi-gathering spell. This was because his current level of practice was too low, and absorbing too much spirit energy from the heavens and earth would cause a backlash. But now, Zhou Donghuang was not doing this purely for practice. He intended to use the power of the 4 ancient core drugs, the developing essence, to condense his Dharma power in one go. He had a very crazy ambition. He wanted to make all 4 golden essences manifest their Dharma power in one go. And this was also the confidence that the ancient core drug, the developing essence, had given him. However, although he was ambitious and had a certain level of confidence, Zhou Donghuang was not completely confident. This was because he had never seen anyone consume the developing essence before. In fact, this was his first time producing a core drug like the developing essence, which was recorded in an ancient formula. Now, consume 4 developing essence. The success rate of producing the developing essence was not high. Even with Zhou Donghuang's alchemy skills, if he gave it his all, he could only produce 2 elixirs in one cauldron. And this was already Zhou Donghuang's limit of producing the developing essence with his samadhi fire. Unless he used a higher level of fire, it would be difficult to exceed this number of elixirs. As expected of an ancient core drug, for a typical alchemist, if his alchemy skills are not up to par, no matter how strong his fire is, it will be difficult to produce the developing essence. This was also something that Zhou Donghuang had discovered in the process of producing the elixirs. Gulp, Zhou Donghuang opened his mouth and swallowed the 4 developing essence at the same time. Soon after, he could clearly see that the moment the 4 developing pills entered his throat, they turned into 4 waves of medicinal power and fused together. In the end, under his intervention, they were divided into 4 waves and flowed into the 4 golden elixirs in his dantian. In the next moment, he began to activate the 4 golden essences in his elixir field, absorbing spirit energy in the energy-gathering formation to train. The 4 golden essences were activated at the same time, and the speed at which they absorbed spirit energy was already very fast. Now that the 4 golden essences had the medicinal power of the developing essence, the speed was even faster. Compared to normal times, it was hundreds or even thousands of times faster. So fast! After a moment of shock, Zhou Donghuang continued to focus on activating the 4 golden essences, following the path of the Lord of the 4 Supremes to train, one big cycle after another. At this time, Zhou Donghuang, who had his eyes tightly shut, did not notice that the 10,000 mid-level spirit stones placed on the bed around him were gradually losing their luster at a speed visible to the naked eye. Based on this speed, it would not be long before these spirit stones were completely used up, and above Zhou Donghuang's head, the spirit energy that had gathered from all directions had even condensed into liquid form and was rushing towards Zhou Donghuang's head. It was like a small stream flowing. It must be known that under normal circumstances, even if a primordial soul adept used the energy-gathering formation to train, it was already considered very exaggerated for them to be able to see spirit energy in the form of mist. But now, with the medicinal power of the developing essence, the spirit energy that Zhou Donghuang had absorbed through the energy-gathering formation had condensed into liquid form. The spirit energy that filled heaven and earth was usually very difficult to see, and it was already very difficult to condense it into a mist form, much less a liquid form that was even more exaggerated. However, the reason why the spirit energy was now in a liquid form was completely because of the medicinal power of the developing essence. Under normal circumstances, even if Zhou Donghuang activated the 4 golden essences and used the energy-gathering formation to train, it would be difficult for the spirit energy to condense into a mist form, much less a liquid form. Zhou Donghuang was like a whale swallowing seawater as he absorbed the liquid spirit energy of heaven and earth. At the same time, there was a slight disturbance in the spirit energy of heaven and earth outside his residence. At least De Zhuang, who was training, felt it. What's going on? However, although he felt the disturbance, De Zhuang did not know what had happened. In fact, after he stopped training, he no longer felt the disturbance. Under the Lightning Sword Sect's territory, there was not only one high-quality spirit stone lode, but there were also many mid-quality spirit stone lodes. A place that could condense so many spirit stone lodes was definitely a place with an abundance of spirit energy. Coupled with the spirit energy emitted by the spirit stone lodes, under this virtuous cycle, the entire Lightning Sword Sect's territory had become a sacred place for training. Most non-affiliated practitioners who trained outside and spent a certain amount of spirit stones to set up an energy-gathering formation might not be as effective as if they had not set up an energy-gathering formation in the Lightning Sword Sect. It was precisely because the Lightning Sword Sect's territory was filled with an extremely dense spirit energy that even though Zhou Donghuang was absorbing spirit energy wantonly in a corner of the Autumn Valley and condensing it into a liquid form, it did not alarm anyone. De Zhuang could feel it when he was training because he was close to it. The other people of the Autumn Valley, including the Summer Valley elders who were at the mid-primordial soul stage, did not notice anything strange about Zhou Donghuang's residence. Now, within the Autumn Valley, the only person who had noticed anything strange about Zhou Donghuang's residence was the Autumn Valley head, Hijin. And this was also because Zhou Donghuang's residence and Hijin's residence were in the same direction of the Autumn Valley, and they were not far apart. Otherwise, even Hijin would not have been able to detect the abnormality in the spirit energy around Zhou Donghuang's residence. Spirit energy is all gathering towards him. This speed of gathering is not as exaggerated as when the sect leader was training, much less when I was training. He stood in the air and looked at the courtyard where Zhou Donghuang was staying in. His face was full of shock. Is he training? Is he really just a primal core adept? End of this chapter. Chapter 238. The practice of a primal core adept was even more impressive than that of a divine transformation adept. Although He was the Autumn Valley head of the Lightning Sword sect and one of the 4 chief elders of the Lightning Peak, he could not help but be stunned. He had no idea what was going on. He had never encountered such a situation before. However, he also knew how difficult it was to gather spirit energy at such a speed. At least, even the Divine Transformation Valley head of the Lightning Sword sect could not do it. This Zhou Donghuang is not simple. He either has a treasure or some special method to absorb spirit energy so quickly. He thought to himself, where did he come from? Looks like I'll have to ask Mingxi when I get back. Jin's expression turned solemn as he thought of this. To absorb spirit energy at such a frightening speed, even if only half of the spirit energy was converted into inner yuan, the speed of practice was still terrifying. Now, Zhou Donghuang did not know that while he was practicing, the movement of spirit energy had attracted the attention of the Autumn Valley head Jin. He was fully immersed in the practice of the Lord of the 4 Supremes. He had no idea how much time had passed. It felt like a century, but at the same time it felt like only an instant. During this process, he glanced at his dantian and discovered that the embryonic form of a Dharma power had begun to appear on all 4 of his golden cores. He had experienced this scene in his previous life, so he was very familiar with the scene in front of him. Time continued to pass. At this time, Zhou Donghuang could vaguely see that the outline of the Dharma power on the 4 golden essences in his body had already formed a clear outline. Is that the green dragon Dharma power? The outline of the Dharma power on one of the golden essences looked a little like a snake, but its body was huge, and it had the outline of 5 claws on its abdomen. 5-clawed green dragon. What's going on? Shouldn't it be a 4-clawed green dragon? In his previous life, Zhou Donghuang had met Dharma adepts who had formed the Divine Dragon Dharma power. He knew that the Divine Dragon Dharma power was a 4-clawed divine dragon. But now, the embryonic form of the Dharma power on one of his golden cores had the outline of a 5-clawed divine dragon. Even for the dragon race, one of the 10,000 races in the universe, the divine dragon Dharma power that they condense when they reach the Dharma stage is only a 4-clawed divine dragon. Only when they step into the primordial soul realm can they condense the primordial soul of a 5-clawed divine dragon. In his previous life, Zhou Donghuang had interacted with the dragon clan, so he knew about this in detail. The 5-clawed divine dragon was 1 level higher than the 4-clawed divine dragon. Is it because of the Lord of the 4 Supremes? Zhou Donghuang's heart thumped. The more he thought about it, the more it made sense. Apart from this, he couldn't think of any other possibilities. However, this is also a good thing. In the Dharma stage, the 5-clawed divine dragon Dharma power will not only be invincible against Dharma adepts of the same level, but even against Dharma adepts of a higher level. As long as their Dharma power is not particularly strong, it will most likely be able to defeat them. The 4-clawed divine dragon Dharma power was enough to defeat 99% of Dharma adepts of the same level. What more the even stronger 5-clawed divine dragon Dharma power? The green dragon Dharma power already has the shape of a 5-clawed divine dragon. The other 3 Dharma powers will not be simple either. As he thought of this, Zhou Donghuang became unusually excited. His attention shifted to another golden essence. The shape of the Dharma power that appeared was that of a bird. This should be the vermilion bird Dharma power. This is the white tiger Dharma power. The shape of the Dharma power that appeared on the 3rd golden essence was that of a walking beast. Upon closer inspection, there were many traces of the king of beasts, a tiger. The black tortoise Dharma power. The shape of the Dharma power that appeared on the fourth golden essence was that of a tortoise, a large one at that. Just as Zhou Donghuang's attention was drawn to the shape of the Dharma power that appeared on the four golden essences in his danton, Mingxi rushed back to the autumn valley angrily. When I reach the mid-Dharma stage, I will definitely teach that Lien can a good lesson. How dare he protect Pan Yilin? He is obviously going against me. This time, Mingxi had gone to the Summer Valley to find Pan Yilin, but before she could do anything, Lien Kan had interfered and threatened to protect Pan Yilin. In a fit of anger, she had fought Lien Kan. They were evenly matched, and neither of them could do anything to the other. In such a situation, she could only return in low spirits. Although she was the daughter of the Autumn Valley head, Lien Kan's background was not bad either. He was the adopted son and disciple of the Summer Valley head, so he was not afraid of her. However, when Mingxi returned angrily, her face was full of worry. That Lien Kan is about to reach the mid-Dharma stage. Furthermore, his martial arts talent is higher than mine. When she reached the mid-Dharma stage, Lien Kan would most likely also break through. When that time came, she would not be able to do anything to him. Because of this, she was very dissatisfied. What, did you not help De Zhuang? Jin noticed Mingxi as soon as she returned and immediately went to greet her. When he saw the dissatisfaction on her face, it was not difficult to guess that she had not been able to get what she wanted. It seemed that someone had interfered to protect the Summer Valley disciple who had sold the fake goods to De Zhuang. That Lien Kan interfered. Mingxi said in a low voice, Lien Kan. Jin was stunned, and his gaze became a little strange. From what I know, that Lien Kan fellow seems to be interested in you. He actually stopped you. Interested in me? Mingxi was stunned at first, but she quickly regained her composure. With a look of disgust, she said, even if all the men in the world died and he was the only one left, I would not choose him. Did he really think that I did not know that he was toying with the female outer sect disciples and then abandoning them? As she said this, there was only disgust left in her eyes. All right, let's not talk about this for now. Jin shook his head and changed the topic. That Zhou Donghuang, where did you find him? What's wrong? Mingxi was confused. She did not know why her father would suddenly ask this. Jin told her what he had discovered an hour ago, and for a moment Mingxi was stunned. When he was practicing, the spirit energy gathered at a crazy rate. Furthermore, the speed and intensity of the spirit energy gathering was even greater than when the sect leader was practicing in seclusion. Mingxi was also shocked. He is not simple. I suspect that either his background is not simple, or he had an extraordinary encounter. Jin said with a serious expression. He does not have any background. Thinking of the planet called Ziyun that she had been to not long ago, Mingxi shook her head. He must have had an extraordinary encounter. Does not have any background. Jin looked at Mingxi. Where is he from? Ziyun, Mingxi said. Mingxi said, that planet only has a few small spirit stone veins. Moreover, there isn't even an interstellar transportation array in the star domain where that planet is located. I left not long ago to go to the planet of Ziyun to help him bring some things to his family. Mingxi did not intend to tell her father that Zhou Donghuang had come looking for her. She only said that Zhou Donghuang had wandered to the Hungliu galaxy and ended up on Ziyun. She had found him and brought him back to the Lightning Sword sect and the Autumn Valley. In the Autumn Valley, only Huang Long knew that when Zhou Donghuang had first arrived, she did not know him. Therefore, she had specially gone to Huang Long to inform him. Someone who came from a galaxy that does not even have a galaxy teleporter? Jin's eyes narrowed slightly, and he said with a serious expression, It seems that he has indeed had an extraordinary encounter. Otherwise, with his background, he would not have been able to get to where he is today. 23 years old, reaching the golden essence stage. Even in some of the galaxies with galaxy teleporters, It is rare for someone like that to appear. He Jin voiced out his own guess. He Mingxi did not reply. She thought of what she had learned after going to Ziyun and felt that Zhou Donghuang must have had an extraordinary encounter. She even had a vague guess. Zhou Donghuang's extraordinary encounter could have been his dream, a dream that allowed him to see the future and allow him to have the upper hand at any time. This, in itself, was an extraordinary encounter. Father, if little brother has an extraordinary encounter, then so be it. You won't have any designs on him, will you? He Mingxi looked at He Jin cautiously. What kind of person do you think your father is? He Jin glared at He Mingxi. Am I that kind of person in your eyes? Father, if he is just an outsider, not a disciple of the Autumn Valley or the Lightning Sword sect, and not someone I brought back, are you sure you won't have any designs on him? Are you sure you won't have designs on him? He Mingxi asked with a chuckle. All right, hurry up and go back to training. If you don't work hard, that Summer Valley's Lian might even reach the mid-Dharma stage before you. He Jin glared at He Mingxi again. Also, when your little brother comes out of seclusion, remember to remind him that a man's heart is full of evil. It's better to keep a low profile if possible. By the time He Mingxi relayed He Jin's message to Zhou Donghuang, it was already half a month later. Third senior sister. That was not an extraordinary encounter. It was because of a type of core drug. Zhou Donghuang looked at He Mingxi and smiled. I intend to give one of those core drugs to De Zhuang as well. After De Zhuang consumes the core drug and starts training, you can ask the valley head to come and take a look. But before that, third senior sister, come with me to the Summer Valley. Just now, Zhou Donghuang had seen that He Mingxi was frowning, and it was obvious that she was not in a good mood. After asking, he found out that the Summer Valley disciple, Lian Ken, was causing trouble. Why are you going to the Summer Valley? He Mingxi was stunned. Of course, to meet that Lian Ken. Zhou Donghuang rose into the air, the inner yuan around him withdrawn. He Mingxi was stunned. Little brother, you've broken through? Obviously, He Mingxi could tell that Zhou Donghuang had already reached the Dharma stage. I just broke through a few days ago. Zhou Donghuang smiled lightly. I've been consolidating my training these few days. Otherwise, I would have come out of seclusion long ago. Chapter 239. How did he break through so quickly? He Mingxi was stunned. A 24-year-old Dharma adept? What kind of miraculous encounter had this little brother of hers had that's not considered fast? Zhou Donghuang shook his head. His progress was much slower than the disciples of the supreme sects and the top families in the top galaxies. There were many who had entered the Dharma stage before the age of 20, and there were many who had entered the Dharma stage before the age of 20. Furthermore, this is all because of the core drug that I mentioned just now. Zhou Donghuang continued. That elixir is a type of ancient elixir. Its potency is unimaginable. Third senior sister. How long has De Zhuang attained the ultimate primal core stage? Zhou Donghuang asked. De Zhuang was not much older than him. Almost 2 years. He Mingxi paused for a moment before replying. Zhou Donghuang nodded. When I return from the Summer Valley, I will give De Zhuang an ancient core drug as long as he has enough spirit stones to set up an energy-gathering formation. He will definitely attain the Dharma stage within a month. Zhou Donghuang's tone was full of confidence, a confidence that no one could doubt. Zhou Donghuang had already tested the potency of the ancient core drug, so he was naturally full of confidence. Zhou Donghuang's confidence shocked He Mingxi. What kind of core drug is that? How can it allow De Zhuang to attain the Dharma stage within a month? Core drug. Zhou Donghuang smiled lightly. It is a core drug that allows golden essence adepts to attain Dharma in a short period of time. However, it is only useful for golden essence adepts. As long as there are enough spirit stones to set up an energy-gathering formation to assist in training, Even a golden essence adept who has just entered the ultimate primal core stage will be able to enter the Dharma stage in an extremely short period of time after consuming the developing essence elixir. At this point, Zhou Donghuang paused and looked at He Mingxi before continuing. Speaking of which, I used the ancient core drug formula that I obtained from the dream to produce this core drug. The dream. Hearing Zhou Donghuang mention the dream again, He Mingxi gasped inwardly. Now, she was even more convinced of everything this little junior brother had said. It was precisely because of this that she couldn't help but feel slightly fortunate, because the early appearance of this little junior brother would allow her to have the opportunity to change her and her father's fate. Otherwise, her father would die, and she would have to leave the Tai Lao planet and the Hungliu galaxy. At that moment, He Mingxi's gaze towards Zhou Donghuang became extremely gentle. Little brother, I know that you have just entered the Dharma stage and are full of confidence. Back then, when I had just entered the Dharma stage, I was the same. However, that Lien Ken of the Summer Valley had already entered the Dharma stage a few years ago. Now he is not far from the mid-Dharma stage. His Dharma power has been tempered for a few years, so it's far stronger than yours. From her words, it was clear that He Mingxi did not think that Zhou Donghuang was a match for Lien Ken, although we can definitely defeat him if we join forces. There will definitely be people from the Summer Valley who will step forward to help him. If it was just He Mingxi and Lien Ken fighting, no one in the Summer Valley would help Lien Ken. After all, the two of them had similar levels of cultivation. However, once He Mingxi and Zhou Donghuang joined forces to deal with Lien Ken, the people of the Summer Valley would definitely not stand idly by. Join forces? Zhou Donghuang was stunned at first. Then he could not help but shake his head and smile. Third sister, there is no need for that. Zhou Donghuang's confident smile also influenced He Mingxi to a certain extent. Could it be that this little brother is really confident? Lien Ken was the adopted son of the Summer Valley head, Lien Kuan. He was also a personal disciple, so he usually stayed at Lien Kuan's residence. As the head of the Summer Valley, although Lien Kuan's residence was not considered luxurious, it was still very spacious. There were also many rooms inside, enough for many people to stay in. Lien Ken, my little brother would like to spar with you. After He Mingxi brought Zhou Donghuang to the residence of the Summer Valley head, Lien Kuan, she spoke loudly, her voice spreading far and wide. In an instant, many disciples of the Summer Valley were attracted over. It's He Mingxi from the Autumn Valley. This He Mingxi came looking for trouble with Pan Yilin half a month ago. It was Lien Ken who stopped her. After that, Lien Ken fought with her, and they were evenly matched. After half a month, why is she here again? And she even said that her little brother wants to spar with Lien Ken? The young man in white beside her is the little brother that she mentioned. To the majority of the people of the Summer Valley, Zhou Donghuang was an unfamiliar face. Pan Yilin had come over to join in the fun and recognized Zhou Donghuang immediately. When he recognized him, his face was full of surprise. Isn't that Zhou Donghuang from the Autumn Valley? He has broken through? In Pan Yilin's memory, this Zhou Donghuang was only a golden essence adept about a month ago. In just a month, he had broken through to the Dharma stage. Zhou Donghuang? He's the Zhou Donghuang from the Autumn Valley who indirectly sold many fake goods to the Summer Valley. He's so young? Not only is he young, but he's also a Dharma adept. Pan Yilin's words shocked many of the surrounding Summer Valley disciples. Zhou Donghuang, he actually dares to come to the Summer Valley. Very quickly, Zhong Yin and Feng Baiwei, the two Summer Valley disciples who had bought fake goods from Zhou Donghuang, also arrived and stared at Zhou Donghuang fiercely. Soon after, many elders and disciples of the Summer Valley who had been cheated by Zhou Donghuang also arrived and stared at Zhou Donghuang fiercely. From what He Mingxi said, this Zhou Donghuang is here to challenge Lien Ken. I heard from Pan Yilin that Zhou Donghuang was only a golden essence adept a month ago, which means that he has only entered the Dharma stage this month. He has not even entered the Dharma stage for a month, and he actually dares to challenge Lien Kan? He's asking to be humiliated. The crowd of Summer Valley disciples did not think that Zhou Donghuang was a match for Lien Kan. After all, Lien Kan had already entered the Dharma stage a few years ago and was not far from the early Dharma stage now. In these few years, Lien Kan had already refined his Dharma to the point where it was almost flawless, and he was also very proficient in using it. It's that girl, Mingxi. Although the Summer Valley head, Lien Kuan, was not outside, he could still tell who the person was from the voice. The little brother she mentioned must be Zhou Donghuang. He actually dares to challenge you? Looks like he has some confidence. Lien Kuan looked at Lien Kan and asked, "Are you confident? If you are not confident, you don't have to accept this challenge. If you are confident, it's best to accept the challenge." After all, he has indirectly sold many fake goods to the people of the Summer Valley, including some elders. If you can defeat him, you will win the favor of those elders. This is a good thing for you to take over the position of Summer Valley head in the future. Lien Kuan said. From what Lien Kuan had said, it was obvious that he intended to pass on his position as Summer Valley head to his godson and personal disciple, Lien Kan, according to the rules of the Lightning Sword sect. As the previous Summer Valley head, he had the right to choose and recommend someone. In fact, as long as Lien can pass the Lightning Sword sect's test for him as the successor of the Summer Valley head after Lien Kuan's recommendation, he would be able to successfully take over the Summer Valley. Master, from your tone, you think that I might not be a match for Zhou Donghuang? Lien Kan smiled and asked, Master, don't you know that he was only a golden essence adept a month ago? I've heard about this. Lien Kuan nodded. But because of this, things are a little strange. A person who has just entered the Dharma stage dares to challenge you. What gives him the right? Could it be that he came here to humiliate himself? A person who was able to create so many fake goods and even deceive the elders of the Summer Valley, would he be someone who would seek his own humiliation? Lien Kuan's eyes flashed with caution. Master, you are too cautious. Lien Kan shook his head and said with a look of disdain, If I, Lien Kan, cannot even deal with a young boy who has just entered the Dharma stage, how can I take over the position of Summer Valley head in the future? Master, I will go and meet him. Lien Kan bade farewell to Lien Kuan and walked out. Don't be careless. Be prepared to use your ultimate Dharma spirit weapon at any time. When Lien Kan was about to leave, Lien Kuan, who was behind him, reminded him in a timely manner. Yes, Lien Kan responded somewhat perfunctorily. In his eyes, a young boy who had just entered the Dharma stage less than a month ago was not worth using unless the other party had a Dharma spirit weapon first. Forget it. If he loses, it will be a lesson to let him know that there are always people better than you out there. Although Lien Kuan had never seen Zhou Donghuang before, his understanding of Zhou Donghuang was still based on Zhou Donghuang's brilliant forgery skills. But just this alone made him not dare to underestimate Zhou Donghuang. Today, Zhou Donghuang had taken the initiative to challenge his disciple, Lien Kan. This action showed that Zhou Donghuang had absolute confidence in this battle. Lien Kan. After Lien Kan left, Lien Kuan called out loudly, his voice like a clap of thunder. In a duel between fellow disciples, don't overdo it. It's the Valley Head's voice. Looks like the Valley Head is worried that Lien Kan will go too far and cripple Zhou Donghuang. Zhou Donghuang took the initiative to challenge Lien Kan. As long as Lien Kan does not kill him, even if he cripples him, the sect will not pursue the matter. Outside, the crowd of elders and disciples of the Summer Valley who were watching felt that the Summer Valley head, Lien Kuan, had the intention to protect Zhou Donghuang. Yes, master. Although Lien Kan was somewhat unwilling, he did not dare to go against his master's words, so he responded respectfully. Lien Kan, seeing Lien Kan's unwillingness, Zhou Donghuang narrowed his eyes and said coldly, If you are unwilling to stop, then let's set this duel as long as no one dies. Everything else is up to you. How about that? As soon as he said this, Zhou Donghuang's eyes flashed coldly. Just as the crowd of Summer Valley disciples felt that Zhou Donghuang did not know what was good for him and Lian Ken was about to agree, a dark expression appeared on his face. The voice of the Summer Valley head, Lian Kuan, rang out once again. Zhou Donghuang, your Autumn Valley head, and I are fellow disciples of the same master. There are some things that we should not do to each other. Chapter 240. The group of people from the Summer Valley, upon hearing Lian Kuan's words, only thought. At this moment, Lian Kuan had suggested this sparring session not only because he wanted to help Zhou Donghuang, but also because he wanted to remind Zhou Donghuang that if he did not embarrass him today, Zhou Donghuang would not harm the Summer Valley with fake goods in the future. Since Valley Master has personally spoken, I will give you face. In today's spar with your disciple, I will not go overboard. I will just defeat him. Zhou Donghuang's lips curled into a playful smile. If there was anyone who understood Lian Kuan's words, it was definitely Zhou Donghuang himself. As for the other person, it was Lian Ken. Does Master have so little confidence in me? Lian Ken's expression was extremely ugly. As for the group of people from the Summer Valley, after hearing Zhou Donghuang's words, they all looked at him with disdain and sarcasm, thinking that he was boasting shamelessly. Make your move. Zhou Donghuang stepped forward and faced Lian Ken. He said calmly, I still have things to do. The sooner I defeat you, the sooner I can go back. Arrogant, Lian Ken's eyes flashed coldly and his expression darkened. You, Zhou Donghuang, are just an adept who entered the Dharma stage less than a month ago, and you dare to dream of defeating me? What a joke! Today, I will let you know that there is always someone better than you. As soon as he finished speaking, the inner yuan in Lian Ken's body surged out. In an instant, the Dharma power of an early Dharma adept appeared and floated above his head with a domineering aura. It was the giant palm Dharma that had pressed De Zhuang to the ground in the past. You broke through less than a month ago, so you probably did not even have time to train your Dharma, right? Today, I will let you know the difference between your Dharma and my Dharma. Lian Ken looked at Zhou Donghuang and laughed coldly. Now, show me your Dharma. As you wish. Zhou Donghuang glanced at Lian Ken, and the inner yuan in his body vibrated. One of the 4 beast-shaped Dharma powers in his elixir field suddenly emitted waves of powerful inner yuan that flowed through Zhou Donghuang's body and exited his body. Ever since he had entered the Dharma stage, the 4 golden essences in Zhou Donghuang's elixir field had completely merged with his Dharma power. To be precise, it was because the golden elixir had become a part of the Dharma power, causing the Dharma power to be condensed and almost materialized. In the past, Zhou Donghuang's inner yuan came from the primal core. Now, his spiritual ether came from his Dharma power. Of course, most people only had one Dharma power in their dantian. Because he had cultivated the Lord of the 4 Supremes, he had 4 Dharma powers in his body, and there were 4 completely different Dharma powers. One was a dragon, one was a tiger, one was a bird, and one was a turtle. They were the Dharma powers of the 4 divine beasts. However, the 4 Dharma powers in Zhou Donghuang's body did not seem to have fully developed. The azure dragon resembled a snake, the white tiger resembled a cat, the vermilion bird resembled a bird, and the black tortoise resembled a little turtle. Roar, however, although the white tiger Dharma power in Zhou Donghuang's body was a little shabby and looked like a kitten, when it appeared, the 3-meter-tall white tiger Dharma power looked majestic. When it roared, it had the aura of the king of all beasts. Within 10 moves, I will defeat you. Seeing Zhou Donghuang's Dharma power appear, Lian Ken, who had long been impatient, spoke in a low voice. His entire body seemed to transform into a bolt of lightning as he charged towards Zhou Donghuang. Along with him, his 10-foot-tall, materialized Dharma form also flew out. Whoosh! Whoosh! The giant Dharma power swept through the air, and because it was moving so quickly, the air around it emitted a sharp, piercing sound. This sound was also ear-piercing, as if it had come from the depths of hell, and it seemed to be able to pierce through one's eardrums. As Lien Can charged towards Zhou Donghuang, his gaze was cold. 10 moves was his conservative estimate. He felt that within 5 moves at most, he would be able to defeat Zhou Donghuang. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Zhou Donghuang stood there, and the 3-meter-tall white tiger Dharma power that had risen from his body had already crouched down. Its eyes were closed from time to time, and it yawned lazily, as if it was about to fall asleep at any moment. This Zhou Donghuang, could it be that he has been scared silly? This should be his first battle after attaining the Dharma stage. It's normal for him to be scared silly. Lien Can and his giant Dharma power approached Zhou Donghuang in the blink of an eye. They were not far from Zhou Donghuang, but Zhou Donghuang still did not move an inch. Behind them, the crowd of Summer Valley disciples was in an uproar. At this moment, even He Mingxi, who was standing at the side, could not help but change her expression. "Little brother, Zhou Donghuang, it seems that I have overestimated you. 1 move, just 1 move, and I will be able to defeat you." Seeing that Zhou Donghuang still did not move even after he had gathered his strength, Lien Can was ecstatic. His eyes shone with excitement, and he raised his hand suddenly. Instantly, his giant Dharma power seemed to sense something, and it followed his movement and slammed down towards Zhou Donghuang and his white tiger Dharma power. "Little brother." He Mingxi's expression changed again, and she subconsciously let out a cry of surprise. Boom! Kaboom! Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lien Can's giant Dharma power was like a small mountain as it slammed down towards Zhou Donghuang and his white tiger Dharma power. It was as if it had the power of thunder, and its momentum was fierce. Just as the people of the Summer Valley felt that Zhou Donghuang was about to be defeated by Lien Can in 1 move, at this critical moment, Zhou Donghuang's calm eyes suddenly froze. In the next moment, the white tiger Dharma power, which had been lying lazily in the air, also stood up excitedly. Facing the approaching giant Dharma power, it actually leapt into the air and pounced towards it, not caring that the giant Dharma power was less than 10 meters away from it. It's too late. Lien Can has made the first move, and his Dharma power has the absolute advantage. The people of the Summer Valley who were watching could almost see the scene of the white tiger Dharma power being destroyed by the giant Dharma power. Boom! When the giant tiger Dharma idol clashed with the giant palm Dharma idol, which had the upper hand by striking first, a loud sound rang out. Frightening true yuan wreaked havoc in the void, colliding with each other, causing gusts of wind to appear out of nowhere, sweeping in all directions with great momentum. In the next moment, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the white tiger Dharma power collided with the giant Dharma power and dispersed the giant Dharma power. The inner yuan that had been gathered dissipated in an instant, and it was all for naught. Boom! Pooh! After the giant Dharma power had been destroyed, the recoil from the inner yuan landed on Lien Can's body and sent him flying. At this moment, Lien Can's face alternated between green and white, and he could not help but open his mouth and spit out a mouthful of blood. His aura was weak, and it was obvious that he had been seriously injured. Roar! The white tiger Dharma power stood in the air and opened its mouth to let out a loud roar. It was like the king of all beasts, declaring its absolute authority that could not be challenged. Even after Zhou Donghuang had kept the white tiger Dharma power, the scene was still in a dead silence. Little brother? He Mingxi was the first to recover, and she looked at Zhou Donghuang as if she had seen a ghost. He really just entered the Dharma stage? He Mingxi was shocked. He had just entered the Dharma stage, and he was already so strong? When he advanced further, how terrifying would he be? Even now, not to mention other places, there was no early Dharma adept in the Lightning Sword sect who could be a match for her little brother. No. Impossible. Impossible. In the distant sky, Lien Can, who was barely standing with Pan Yil in support, looked at Zhou Donghuang again, his eyes full of disbelief and confusion. Even in his wildest dreams, he could not have imagined an adept who had just entered the Dharma stage less than a month ago had been able to defeat him in one blow, even though he had the advantage of attacking first. In a daze, Lien Kan thought of his own master's words. Now, it seemed that his master's concerns were not wrong. His opponent had come looking for him because he had absolute confidence in his own abilities. Third sister, it seems that Lien Kan will not be able to help Pan Yilin now. Didn't you want to help De Zhuang vent his anger? Before the group of Summer Valley disciples had time to fully recover, Zhou Donghuang looked at He Mingxi and called out to her. At the same time, He Mingxi's eyes lit up, and she flew towards Pan Yilin, who had a look of fear on his face. Without any suspense, Pan Yilin was beaten up by He Mingxi. His face was pale, and his breathing was weak. Throughout the entire process, he did not even have the courage to fight back, because he knew that fighting back would be useless, and he might even anger his opponent further. Third sister, let's go back. After glancing at the people of the Summer Valley, Zhou Donghuang and He Mingxi left the Summer Valley together. From beginning to end, no one from the Summer Valley stopped them. Zhou Donghuang had injured Lien Kan during a sparring match. Although He Mingxi had been rude to injure Pan Yilin, considering her status as someone that even the law enforcement hall did not dare to provoke, they naturally would not be so stupid as to provoke her. Furthermore, Pan Yilin had only suffered a superficial wound and was not seriously injured. That Autumn Valley disciple, Zhou Donghuang, really just entered the Dharma stage recently? Many elders and disciples of the Summer Valley had doubts about this. Of those present, only Lien Kan and Pan Yilin were certain. A month ago, Zhou Donghuang had indeed not yet entered the Dharma stage. He had only been a golden essence adept, like the Autumn Valley disciple De Zhuang. Master, Lien Kan returned to Lien Kuan with a bitter expression on his face. I was too careless. I did not expect his abilities to be so strong that he could defeat me with just one blow. One blow? Although Lien Kuan knew that Lien Kan had fought with Zhou Donghuang outside and had lost, he did not know that Lien Kan had been defeated with just one blow. His eyes narrowed involuntarily. How did he defeat you? Was it under the preemptive strike and when he had the upper hand? From Lien Kuan's perspective, if the opponent had struck first and had the upper hand, defeating his careless godson in one blow was shocking, but it was not impossible. No, Lien Kan said sadly. Lien Kan said with a gloomy expression, I was the one who took the initiative and gained the upper hand. He just made a move in a hurry. At that time, my Dharma power was only 10 meters away from his Dharma power before he struck. Chapter 241. What? As soon as Lien Kan finished speaking, Lien Kuan's expression changed drastically, and he could no longer maintain his previous calm. He was able to defeat you in one blow, even when you had the upper hand. Are you sure he was just an early Dharma adept? Are you sure he was just a golden essence adept a month ago? Lien Kuan stared at Lien Kan as he asked in a low voice. A month ago I saw him descending from the sky, surrounded by golden inner yuan, and today his Dharma power is only 10 feet tall. Lien Kan said, a Dharma power that was 10 feet tall was the hallmark of an early Dharma adept. How is that possible? Lien Kuan's face was full of disbelief. He was also an early Dharma adept like you, and he had just reached the Dharma stage not long ago. How could he have defeated you in one blow under such circumstances? Master, Lien Kan smiled bitterly. I'm not too sure why exactly, but the problem must have been with the Dharma power that he had formed. His giant tiger Dharma power attacked my giant palm Dharma power at the last moment, and it was difficult for him to use his full strength. But even so, my giant palm Dharma power was like a piece of paper in front of his giant tiger Dharma power, and it was easily defeated. At this point, a look of fear flashed across Lien Kan's eyes. I have sparred with a mid-Dharma stage senior in the valley before. Even that senior's 3-foot Dharma power exerted pressure on my 10-foot Dharma power might not even be able to compare to his 10-foot giant tiger Dharma power. The Dharma power of a mid-Dharma adept was 3 feet tall, and its power was so strong that it could crush the 10-foot Dharma power of an early Dharma adept. But now Lien Kan said even the 3-foot Dharma power of a mid-Dharma disciple of the Summer Valley might not be able to compare to the Dharma power of the Autumn Valley disciple. His Dharma power seems to have been trained to a terrifying extreme. Although the inner yuan contained within is not stronger than my inner yuan, it is flawless and airtight. On the other hand, my Dharma idol is full of loopholes in front of his Dharma idol, and his Dharma idol can make use of all the flaws in my Dharma idol. My Dharma power originally didn't have many flaws. However, in the brief confrontation with the giant tiger Dharma power, it was at a disadvantage time and time again. There were so many flaws that it directly defeated me. I think even the Dharma power of an ultimate Dharma adept might not be as well trained as his. At this point, Lien Kan's eyes were filled with a complicated look. I wonder how he managed to train his Dharma power. It hasn't even been a month since he entered the Dharma stage, yet he managed to train his Dharma power to such an incredible level. Heaven-defying. In Lien Kan's eyes, the Dharma power of the Autumn Valley disciple, Zhou Donghuang, was indeed heaven-defying. The true origin contained in the unassailable 10-feet Dharma idol was not as strong as that of a 10-feet Dharma idol of the same level, but it was so strong that it suppressed most 30-feet Dharma idols. It had to be known that the true essence intensity of a 30-zhang Dharma idol was more than twice as strong as a 10-zhang Dharma idol. A 10-zhang Dharma power without any flaws. Lien Kuin's eyes narrowed. Even an ultimate Dharma adept would not dare to say that his Dharma is flawless. Although the Dharma of an ultimate Dharma adept has gone through a series of training, and there are very few flaws, there are still some. Usually, when an ultimate Dharma adept attacks, the most they can do is hide their flaws perfectly. Lien Kuin obviously did not believe Lien Kan's words. He did not think that Zhou Donghuang's Dharma power was flawless. However, the strength of Zhou Donghuang's Dharma power and the degree of training it was no less than that of an ultimate Dharma adept was something that Lien Kun believed. Otherwise, Zhou Donghuang would not have been able to defeat his godson, Lien Kan, so easily. Lien Kan was not just an idiot, but he was also one of the best of the few disciples under Lien Kun. If nothing went wrong, he would definitely become a core disciple of the Lightning Sword sect. That girl from Junior Brother, his family, where did she find such a monster? From Lien Kuin's point of view, such a monster should not have appeared in the Lightning Sword sect, or even in the Hungliu galaxy. Even the 2 transcendental forces of the Hungliu galaxy could not have produced such a monster. After returning to the Autumn Valley with Mingxi, Zhou Donghuang brought her directly to find Dezhuang and gave him a developing essence. Dezhuang, after you take this developing essence, you will definitely enter the Dharma stage within a month. After saying this, Zhou Donghuang helped Dezhuang set up an energy-gathering spell. To save time, he took out 20,000 mid-quality spirit stones. 20,000 spirit stones were spread throughout every corner of Dezhuang's room. The reason why he took out 20,000 mid-quality spirit stones at once to set up the energy-gathering spell was because he did not want to set up another one for Dezhuang in the future. 20,000 mid-quality spirit stones to set up an energy-gathering spell should be enough. It should be enough for Dezhuang to enter the Dharma stage. Zhou Donghuang thought to himself, for him to enter the early Dharma stage from the ultimate primal core stage, for Golden Essence adepts had taken half a month, and he had spent a total of 50,000 mid-quality spirit stones. In his opinion, even if he considered that he was more talented than Dezhuang, 20,000 mid-quality spirit stones should be enough for Dezhuang to enter the early Dharma stage within a month. After all, Dezhuang was no longer training in the techniques of the past, but the top techniques of the universe, the fiery thunder training regimen. Little brother, where did you get so many spirit stones? While Dezhuang was training behind closed doors, Mingxi, who was in the courtyard, looked at Zhou Donghuang in shock. That's 20,000 mid-quality spirit stones. In your hometown, the Xeon planet, the 5 inferior quality spirit stone mines add up to only about 10,000 inferior quality spirit stones a year. 20,000 mid-quality spirit stones was equivalent to 200,000 inferior quality spirit stones. The entire spirit stone mine of the Xeon planet would take 20 years to mine, and this was under the assumption that not a single spirit stone was used in 20 years. Because of this, He Mingxi found it hard to imagine where Zhou Donghuang had gotten so many spirit stones. Third sister, in the dream that involved a period of time in the future, there was a mention of the final resting place of some ultimate Dharma adepts. In the dream, those places were all taken by others, and I could only look on in envy. And now, through the memories of the future in the dream, I've taken the first step to take the things that those ultimate Dharma adepts left behind in their final resting places. Zhou Donghuang smiled. Zhou Donghuang knew his third sister very well, and he knew that if he did not explain clearly where the spirit stones had come from, she would definitely feel uneasy. And now his response to He Mingxi was perfect and flawless. This works. He Mingxi was dumbfounded, and after a while, she felt that this was the only explanation. Otherwise, based on her little brother's ability, after leaving the remote galaxy where the Xeon planet was located, it would have been impossible for him to obtain so many spirit stones in such a short period of time. Suddenly, He Mingxi seemed to have sensed something, and her eyes narrowed. In the next moment, she looked at the door to De Zhuang's room. She could vaguely see a spirit weapon that had turned into a mist and was entering De Zhuang's room through the gap in the door. At the same time, she could clearly feel the thick spirit energy from all directions sweeping towards her, with De Zhuang's room as the center. The abnormality in De Zhuang's room attracted the attention of the Autumn Valley head, He Jin. In a moment, He Jin landed beside Zhou Donghuang and He Mingxi. Looking at De Zhuang's room, his expression changed slightly. Spirit energy turning into mist? What's going on? He Jin looked at Zhou Donghuang suspiciously. In his opinion, this could not have been done by his daughter, and he knew very well what his daughter was capable of. Little brother gave De Zhuang an ancient core drug called the Developing Essence, and then used 20,000 mid-level spirit stones to set up an energy-gathering formation for him. Seeing that Zhou Donghuang was looking at her, He Mingxi spoke on his behalf. Originally, when little brother said that De Zhuang would be able to enter the Dharma stage within a month, I didn't believe him, but now I have no choice but to believe him. Developing Essence? An ancient core drug? He Jin was not surprised by the energy-gathering formation because he knew how to set it up. However, he had never heard of an ancient core drug like the Developing Essence. At the same time, he also realized the scene outside Zhou Donghuang's room for the past 2 weeks had now shifted to De Zhuang's room. Little brother said that the Developing Essence is an ancient core drug. After a golden essence adept consumes it, he can enter the Dharma stage in a short time, He Mingxi said. He Mingxi said, for example, little brother entered the Dharma stage a few days ago. When He Jin heard He Mingxi's words, his eyes widened in shock. He Mingxi continued. He said that De Zhuang will be able to enter the Dharma stage within a month. How is that possible? He Jin could not help but exclaim. De Zhuang entered the ultimate primal core stage not too long ago. How can he enter the Dharma stage within a month? He Jin felt that it was impossible. However, 26 days later, when De Zhuang came out, he gave He Jin an unprecedented shock. De Zhuang had really entered the Dharma stage. Little brother, thank you. De Zhuang bowed to Zhou Donghuang in gratitude. His expression was extremely sincere, and his eyes were filled with determination. It was as if he had made a decision. It was also at this moment that Zhou Donghuang's position in De Zhuang's heart was no less than that of He Mingxi. De Zhuang, protect third sister well in the future. Your current ability is no weaker than hers. You have enough ability to protect her. Zhou Donghuang smiled at Dezhuang. Dezhuang did not say anything, but He Mingxi, who was at the side, was unhappy. Little brother, I know that you have just entered the Dharma stage, but you already have incredible battle power and defeated Lien, Ken of the Summer Valley, with one blow. However, I know Dezhuang's abilities very well. He has just entered the Dharma stage, so he is no match for me. Although He Jin had long heard that Zhou Donghuang had defeated the Summer Valley disciple, Lien Ken, with a single blow, he was still shocked. But now, hearing his own daughter bring it up again, He Jin's gaze towards Zhou Donghuang became much more complicated. End of this chapter. Chapter 242. Third Senior Sister, you underestimate Dezhuang. Zhou Donghuang shook his head. What? From what you're saying, Dezhuang has just broken through and is already stronger than me? Little junior brother, Dezhuang is not you. He Mingxi clearly did not believe him. Dezhuang, spar with third senior sister. Zhou Donghuang smiled as he looked at Dezhuang. Dezhuang hurriedly shook his head. No, I can't. I can't fight with senior sister. Dezhuang, it's just a spar. Zhou Donghuang's calmness made He Mingxi a little uneasy. She looked at Dezhuang and said, Since little junior brother is so confident in you, I want to see how strong you are now. If you can really defeat senior sister will be happy for you. He Mingxi looked at Dezhuang, her gaze full of motherly love. He Mingxi's words made Dezhuang's eyes light up. He smiled and shook his head. Senior sister, I am definitely not your match. Whoosh! He Mingxi rose into the air and stood in the air, looking down at Dezhuang. Dezhuang, come. Go. Seeing Dezhuang look over, Zhou Donghuang smiled. Don't hold back, or third senior sister will not be happy. Yes, Dezhuang, if you dare to hold back when sparring with me, I will be very unhappy. He Mingxi agreed. She also wanted to see where Zhou Donghuang's confidence in Dezhuang came from. He Jin didn't say a word from beginning to end. He just quietly watched as Dezhuang rose into the air and faced his daughter He Mingxi. From what he saw, Dezhuang, who had just broken through to the Dharma stage, was definitely not a match for his daughter. However, Zhou Donghuang's confidence made him waver. Although he had not interacted with Zhou Donghuang before, this young fellow had given him too many surprises. First, he had tricked the people of the Summer Valley with a fake, and then he had defeated Lien Ken, the proud disciple of the Summer Valley head, just a few days after breaking through to the Dharma stage. Now, he also knew that Zhou Donghuang could produce an ancient core medicine known as the Developing Essence, which had helped Dezhuang enter the Dharma stage in a short month. Defeating Lien Ken when he had just entered the Dharma stage and helping Dezhuang enter the Dharma stage were two of the most shocking things he had ever done. Dezhuang has switched to cultivating the fiery thunder training regimen. If I'm not mistaken, he will condense the fiery thunder Dharma form. Just as Zhou Donghuang's heart skipped a beat, he saw Dezhuang rise into the air to face him. He Mingxi, who had been waiting for a chance, began to gather her inner yuan. In the blink of an eye, a 3-meter-tall Dharma idol extended from her body. The Dharma idol was a 3-meter-long giant sword. After it condensed, it emitted bursts of fierce and sharp aura. The true origin sword aura on it flickered like a python hissing, accumulating power and waiting to be unleashed. Dezhuang, give it your all. Let me see how strong you are now that you've reached the Dharma stage. In the blink of an eye, He Mingxi's giant sword Dharma appeared beneath her feet. It carried her through the air, circling around Dezhuang. Yes, senior sister. At the same time, Dezhuang's Dharma power appeared at the same time. It was a ball of scorching flames. Within the flames, there were white bolts of lightning. From time to time, there would be a soft sound of thunder. It was especially ear-piercing compared to the sound of the burning flames. What kind of Dharma is this? He Mingxi was stunned. Based on her understanding of Dezhuang's techniques after he entered the Dharma stage, he should be able to condense a blade Dharma. However, The Dharma idol that De Zhuang was displaying now surprised her greatly. At this moment, not only He Mingxi, but even He Jin, the Autumn Valley head, was stunned. He knew the techniques that De Zhuang practiced. Unless he switched to another technique, he would definitely be able to condense a blade Dharma. De Zhuang, could it be that he switched to another technique? He Jin subconsciously looked at the young man in white who was standing not far away. He saw that the young man's face was calm, and he did not seem surprised by De Zhuang's Dharma. It was as if he had already known that De Zhuang's Dharma would be the fiery Thunder Dharma. De Zhuang, I'm going to attack. Although she was surprised by the Dharma idol that De Zhuang had condensed, He Mingxi did not think too much about it. She called out to De Zhuang, then activated the giant sword Dharma beneath her feet and flew towards De Zhuang, attacking him with the sword. Whoosh! The giant sword Dharma sliced through the air, and an ear-piercing sound rang out. The air currents in the air were completely split apart by the giant sword Dharma. Waves of bone-chilling wind howled out from both sides of the giant sword Dharma, sweeping towards Zhou Donghuang and He Jin, who were watching the battle from below. The wind caused their robes to flutter loudly. Faced with the giant sword Dharma, De Zhuang's eyes flashed with a look of panic. After all, this was his first time fighting against a Dharma adept. Furthermore, this was a Dharma adept who had condensed a giant sword Dharma, a Dharma adept that specialized in killing. Once he attacked, the wind howled, and the sword seemed to be able to destroy everything. De Zhuang, don't forget that you are also a Dharma adept now. Zhou Donghuang saw the panic in De Zhuang's eyes, and he reminded him. He could understand what De Zhuang was feeling now. Years ago, when he had just entered the Dharma stage, the first time he had fought against another Dharma adept, he had been like this. Just as he heard Zhou Donghuang's reminder, De Zhuang's face hardened. His body was like a python surrounded by lightning, and in an instant it exploded. Immediately, his entire body brought with it the thunder and fire Dharma, and it met He Mingxi's lightning-fast sword that sliced through the air. Just as De Zhuang sprinted forward, his eyes stared directly at the sword that was flying towards him. He instinctively wanted to avoid it, but his intuition told him that he could easily block this sword. All the muscles in his body tensed up, and he was ready to attack. This feeling also made him feel like he was being controlled by a ghost. For some reason, he struck out with both his palms to meet the giant sword Dharma that was coming at him. At first, seeing this, He Mingxi's expression changed slightly, and she withdrew her strength. However, she realized that De Zhuang's hands were wide open, and his hands were surrounded by lightning and fire. His hands were able to clamp down on her giant sword Dharma power. Her giant sword Dharma power could not advance any further. Moreover, she tried to exert more force, but the giant sword Dharma power did not budge. It was only when she used all her strength that she realized that the giant sword Dharma was trembling slightly. Even so, De Zhuang was still able to completely bind the giant sword Dharma. No matter how hard she struggled, the giant sword Dharma could not escape from De Zhuang's hands. How is this possible? This made He Mingxi feel extremely incredulous. De Zhuang had just broken through to the Dharma stage. So how could he so easily block her sword Dharma? Furthermore, now that De Zhuang's hands were like iron pincers, her sword Dharma could not move at all. Senior sister continued to use more strength. De Zhuang looked at He Mingxi in confusion, thinking that she was going easy on him. He smiled and said, Senior sister, you don't have to hold back. De Zhuang can take it. Use more strength? If she did not know that De Zhuang would not say such things on purpose, He Mingxi would have suspected that he was purposely teasing her. De Zhuang, I've already used all my strength. He Mingxi smiled bitterly. De Zhuang was stunned, and his jaw dropped. Senior sister, you've already used all your strength? In terms of brute force, I'm not as good as you. Now let go, He Mingxi said gently. I'll try to attack you. Slow reactions are also your weakness. This is a good opportunity for me to test your reaction speed now that you've entered the Dharma stage. All right. Dezhuang nodded like a woodpecker and immediately let go of He Mingxi's giant sword Dharma, allowing it to move again. Although He Mingxi could also give up on the giant sword Dharma. If she did that, the inner yuan in her dantian would be greatly depleted. The next time she formed her Dharma, her strength would be far weaker than it was now, and she would not be a match for Dezhuang. Dezhuang's reaction speed was always slow, and this was also a weakness of his. In the past, after he had entered the Lightning Sword sect and entered the Autumn Valley, he had sparred with many disciples of the same level of training as him, and he had lost every single time. He was strong, but his reaction speed could not keep up with others' attacks. In the end, he could only become a target for others. Now, He Mingxi saw that Dezhuang, who had just entered the Dharma stage, already had such strength. She wanted to test his reaction speed to see if it was still the same as before, or if it was still his weakness. Whoosh! When He Mingxi's sword flew towards Dezhuang's back, his brain could not react at all. However, the muscles on his back instantly tightened, and the thunder and fire Dharma on his body roared backwards. It was like a thunder and fire beast opening its bloody mouth to meet He Mingxi's sword. However, because the thunder and fire Dharma was defending on its own, its power was not as strong as when Dezhuang had used it to attack. Even so, it was still able to block He Mingxi's sword. It was as if her sword had stabbed into a ball of cotton, and it was difficult to move forward or out. At this time, Dezhuang slowly turned around. Seeing the giant sword in front of him, he instinctively slapped out, and the thunder and fire palm flew out, destroying nearly half of the giant sword Dharma. He Mingxi also suffered from the impact of the inner yuan, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. Senior sister. Seeing that he had injured He Mingxi, Dezhuang's expression changed, and his face was full of panic. Senior sister, I didn't do it on purpose. I didn't do it on purpose. However, although He Mingxi was injured, it was only a minor injury. She ignored Dezhuang's panic, and in a flash, the inner yuan in her energy center surged out, once again restoring her giant sword Dharma to its peak state. At the same time, she stepped on the giant sword Dharma and flew around Dezhuang. Whoosh! 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 In an instant, He Mingxi had attacked Dezhuang from hundreds of different angles with her sword. Dezhuang's reflexes were slow to begin with, so how could he react? However, at this moment, Dezhuang's thunder and fire Dharma gathered together, and then condensed on the surface of his body. It was as if it had transformed into a flaming armor that was surrounded by thunder and lightning. No matter how much the sword slashed down, there was only a slight ripple on the surface. Throughout the entire process, Dezhuang was unharmed. End of this chapter. Chapter 243. What a perfect Dharma! While He Mingxi could not do anything to Dezhuang, the Autumn Valley head, He looked at the lightning flames that covered Dezhuang's body, and his eyes lit up. Even among ultimate Dharma adepts, he had never seen such a perfect Dharma power. What technique did Dezhuang switch to? He knew very well that, based on Dezhuang's foundation, to form such a perfect Dharma, the technique he switched to would have to be a very advanced one. This was because the more profound a cultivation method was, the smaller the flaws and the more perfect the Dharma idol would be. This was the iron law of the boundless universe's cultivation world. Previously, he had guessed that Dezhuang had switched to another technique. Now, seeing how perfect Dezhuang's Dharma was, he confirmed his guess. Dezhuang's technique was more advanced than any of the Lightning Sword sect's techniques. The Lightning Sword sect's techniques, even the Lightning Sword technique, could not produce such a perfect Dharma. In fact, in the history of the Lightning Sword sect, there might not even have been a single practitioner of the Lightning Sword technique who had managed to train his Dharma power to the point where it was as perfect as De Zhuang's Dharma power when he was at the ultimate Dharma stage. Even if there were, such people were few and far between. At least, He Jin had never seen one. De Zhuang, what kind of Dharma is this? He Mingxi was shocked to see that she had attacked consecutively, intending to overwhelm De Zhuang. However, De Zhuang's Dharma form was still able to easily block her attacks. She was not surprised that a Dharma would protect its owner. What surprised her was that, under normal circumstances, the power of a Dharma protecting its owner was not as strong as a Dharma adept's Dharma. However, De Zhuang's Dharma, even though he was not the one controlling it, was still able to easily block all of her attacks. This made her both depressed and aggrieved. She had attacked him so hard, but by the time he reacted, his Dharma had blocked all of my attacks? Senior sister, I don't know either. De Zhuang shook his head. You don't know either? He Mingxi stared at him in disbelief. That's your Dharma. How can you not know? De Zhuang seemed to have something he could not say, and as he hesitated, he looked pleadingly at Zhou Donghuang. At this moment, both He Mingxi and He Jin looked at Zhou Donghuang. I've imparted a new technique to De Zhuang. To him, third senior sister He Mingxi was not an outsider, and as her father, He Jin, was not an outsider either. As expected, He Jin's heart skipped a beat. Although he had previously felt that his guess was definitely correct, with Zhou Donghuang's confirmation, it gave him a completely different feeling. A new cultivation method. He Mingxi's eyes lit up, and she subconsciously looked at Zhou Donghuang with a look of desire in her eyes. However, she seemed to realize that she was being rude and looked away awkwardly. De Zhuang chuckled. Senior sister, junior brother, said that he has a more suitable technique for you. De Zhuang's words caused He Mingxi's darkened eyes to light up again. Third senior sister, I wrote down this technique for you and the Valley Chief. It can be practiced all the way to the ultimate divine transformation stage. However, it's best not to let anyone else know about this technique. Otherwise, you will be in deep trouble. As Zhou Donghuang spoke, his expression turned serious. He would naturally not be stingy with his third senior sister, He Mingxi, and her father, He Jin. However, he had to warn them. As he spoke, Zhou Donghuang took out a piece of paper from his space ring and handed it to He Mingxi. This technique is called the Thousand-Star Sword Technique, and it is a very advanced swordsmanship technique. Once you completely switch to this technique, De Zhuang will not be your match in a short period of time. This is because his reaction time is his weakness. However, in the future, as De Zhuang's cultivation base increases, the technique he cultivates will subtly strengthen his weaknesses until they completely disappear. When that time comes, even if you're at the same cultivation base, you'll at most be able to fight him to a draw. Of course, if you fight him to the death, you'll have a higher chance of winning. These two cultivation techniques are of the same level. The Thousand-Star Sword Technique focuses on killing, while the Fiery Thunder training regimen that De Zhuang cultivates is an offensive and defensive technique. The Thousand-Star Sword Technique that I am giving you now is not complete. When you reach the ultimate divine transformation stage, I will give you the rest of the technique. Zhou Donghuang said, The Thousand-Star Sword Technique. It's of the same level as De Zhuang's technique. After hearing Zhou Donghuang's words, both He Mingxi and He Jin's breathing quickened in that instant. Remember what I said, Zhou Donghuang reminded them. Whether it is the Thousand-Star Sword Technique that was given to you, or the Fiery Thunder training regimen that was given to De Zhuang, they are both very advanced techniques. Once they are exposed, there will be no place for you in the Hongliu galaxy. Understood. He Mingxi nodded seriously. Although she had not known Zhou Donghuang for long, she had never seen him so serious before. It was not difficult for her to understand the gravity of the situation. As for He Jin, the Autumn Valley head, he had already scanned the surroundings to see if anyone was hiding nearby and eavesdropping. After confirming that there was no one, he secretly heaved a sigh of relief. little brother. Just then, He Mingxi seemed to suddenly remember something and looked at Zhou Donghuang. Why don't we tell my father about this? Now, I don't think he will suspect that what you said is false. The 1,000-star sword technique was definitely a technique that far surpassed any other in the Hengliu galaxy. Now, Zhou Donghuang had even passed this technique on to her father. Even if she told her father about what Zhou Donghuang had told her before, her father would definitely believe her. Zhou Donghuang nodded and said with a serious expression, but we cannot let anyone else know. Of course. He Mingxi also nodded seriously. This matter concerned her father's life and death, so she naturally could not do anything rash. What is it? At this time, He Jin looked at Zhou Donghuang and his daughter with a puzzled expression, his eyes filled with confusion. Valley Master, you should go back with third senior sister and listen to her in detail. Zhou Donghuang smiled. Zhou Donghuang trusted He Mingxi unconditionally because he knew what kind of person He Mingxi was from his previous life. Even if he didn't have that so-called dream of the future, she would definitely not betray him if he gave her the 1,000-star sword technique and gave her a fortuitous encounter. After all, she was the kind of person who was obsessed with the principle of a drop of kindness should be repaid with a spring of gratitude. As for He Mingxi's father, He Jin, although he had not interacted with him in his previous life, He Mingxi had mentioned him more than once. He Mingxi's personality was basically like her father's. Furthermore, according to He Mingxi in his previous life, not only had Dezhuang died for her, but her father, He Jin, had also given up a chance at survival for her. He had not hesitated to sacrifice his own life for his only daughter. Having lived for 1,000 years in his previous life, Zhou Donghuang was not stupid. Naturally, he would not easily put himself in danger. He Mingxi and He Jin were both trustworthy people. Dezhuang. At the same time, Zhou Donghuang looked at Dezhuang and reminded him, from today onwards, don't easily show off your abilities in front of others. If you want to show off your abilities in front of others, you have to wait until you reach the ultimate Dharma stage. Before that, keep a low profile. Huh? Why? Dezhuang was puzzled. At the same time, his eyes were filled with confusion and disappointment. He had just been thinking that he would often find people to spar with in the future and let them know that he, Dezhuang, could easily defeat those of the same level of practice as him, and that he was not the trash that they said he was. If you don't want third sister and me to die, you better do as I say. Zhou Donghuang could not be bothered to explain to Dezhuang. Although he could explain, with Dezhuang's slow brain, it would definitely take him a long time to explain. In his heart, he knew very well. Today, Dezhuang had just broken through to the Dharma stage, and he had already displayed such abilities with his fire and thunder Dharma power. His third sister, He Mingxi, was still all right, but the Autumn Valley head, He Jin, must have long guessed that Dezhuang had switched to training in an extremely powerful technique. Otherwise, Dezhuang would not have been able to have such an incredible transformation. After all, He Jin was very clear about Dezhuang's past, and so were many people in the Lightning Sword sect. But Zhou Donghuang was different. Although he had just broken through to the Dharma stage and displayed abilities that could easily defeat the Summer Valley disciple, Lian Ken, no one would have thought that he had trained in a powerful technique. Many people would have thought that he had been stuck at the ultimate primal core stage for a long time, and that when his Dharma power was still in its embryonic stage, he had already begun to train it. After all, no one knew about his past. 10 years of sharpening a sword. I understand now. Although Dezhuang had a strong desire to show off now, when he heard that this concerned the life and death of 2 people who were more important to him than his own life, he immediately suppressed his desire to show off and spoke seriously. At the same time, He Jin, who had returned to his residence, was also stunned after hearing He Mingxi's words. No wonder Zhou Donghuang had called his daughter third sister. He was wondering why his daughter had suddenly decided to go on a long trip. He did not expect that she would always give him a heads up before she went on a long trip. So he had dreamed of things that would happen a long time in the future, and that included my death. He Jin's expression was very serious. Now he had already seen the 1,000-star sword technique that Zhou Donghuang had passed on to him. The wonders of the sword technique far surpassed the lightning sword technique of the lightning sword sect, which he had switched to after entering the ultimate Dharma stage. If they were to compare, the difference would be like heaven and earth. After I completely switch to the 1,000-star sword technique, I will definitely become the most powerful person in the Honglio galaxy below the divine transformation stage. He Jin's eyes shone with confidence. One had to know that the current him, not only in the Honglio galaxy, but even on the Tai Lao planet and in the Lightning Sword sect, there were also ultimate primordial soul adepts who were stronger than him. End of this chapter. Chapter 244. In the Lightning Sword sect, the sect leader was a divine transformation adept. Below him were the guardians and elders of the Lightning Peak. There were only 3 guardians of the Lightning Peak, and they were all ultimate primordial soul adepts. Although there were many elders in the Lightning Peak, only 4 of them had entered the ultimate primordial soul stage, and they were the 4 valley heads of the 4 valleys of the inner sect. The 4 valley heads of the 4 valleys of the inner sect were also the 4 chief elders of the Lightning Peak, and their abilities were comparable to the 3 guardians of the Lightning Peak. However, among the 7 ultimate primordial soul adepts of the Lightning Sword sect, although He Jin was not the weakest, he was not the strongest either. He could only be ranked in the middle. Zhou Donghuang had already heard all of this from He Mingxi. Because of this, he could conclude that once He Jin had completely converted to the 1,000-star sword technique, his abilities would definitely be at the top of the 7 ultimate primordial soul adepts of the Lightning Sword sect. In fact, in the entire Tai Lao planet, or even the entire Honglio galaxy, no one below the divine transformation stage would be his match. From the ultimate primordial core stage to the early Dharma stage, with the help of elixir, it is equivalent to taking a shortcut. However, in the future training, unless I can obtain some extremely rare herbs or spirit fruits, there will be no more shortcuts. Because of this, a few days later, Zhou Donghuang went to look for He Mingxi and asked her to tell He Jin to keep an eye out for rare herbs and spirit fruits. If there was a way to obtain them, no matter the cost, he had to obtain them. Let the Valley Head help me with the spirit stones first. In the future, I will help the Valley Head earn more spirit stones. I have many elixir formulas that are ahead of the mainstream elixirs of the Honglio galaxy. Zhou Donghuang said to He Mingxi, "Little brother, I will ask my father to keep an eye out for the things that you want." He Mingxi looked at Zhou Donghuang gently. "As for the spirit stones, you do not have to worry, and you do not need to help my father earn them back. Although I don't really understand the value of the technique that you gave to me, and my father told me, even if all the wealth of the Lightning Sword sect were to be added together, it would not be worth as much as that technique." As she spoke, she could not help but reveal a look of surprise on her face. She looked around carefully, and after confirming that there was no one around, she asked, "Little brother, that technique, what level is it?" In the boundless universe, cultivation techniques were also divided into grades and levels. The best cultivation techniques in the universe could be cultivated all the way to the deity tribulation realm, such as the 1,000-star sword technique and the fiery thunder body tempering technique. The art of everlasting youth could only be cultivated to the celestial being realm. Of course, those who cultivated the technique of everlasting youth had a strong foundation, and their lifespan was longer than ordinary people of the same cultivation level. As long as one could cultivate to the ultimate celestial being realm, as long as they wanted to, it would not be difficult for them to step into the deity tribulation realm. A deity tribulation level cultivation technique. A few days ago, when he had imparted the technique to He Mingxi and He Jin, Zhou Donghuang had not mentioned it. Now that He Mingxi had asked, Zhou Donghuang had casually told her about it, and when He Mingxi heard his words, she was unsurprisingly stunned. Deity tribulation level cultivation technique? In the boundless universe, the level of the cultivation technique corresponded to the stage of cultivation. For example, the lightning sword technique of the lightning sword sect was a divine transformation level technique, and it was only a low-level divine transformation technique. At most, it could only be cultivated to the early divine transformation stage. If one wanted to break through, they would have to figure out on their own, but it would be very difficult to do so. If one could obtain a mid-level divine transformation technique or above, it would be much easier for one to enter the mid-divine transformation stage after changing their training. In the Hungleo galaxy, the highest level of cultivation technique was only a mid-level divine transformation technique, and it was in the hands of the two transcendental forces that were superior to many other top sects, including the lightning sword sect. The best cultivation technique in the Hungleo galaxy was only a mid-level divine transformation technique. Now, her little junior brother was telling her that the 1,000-star sword technique was a deity tribulation level technique. However, the portion of the 1,000-star sword technique that I've written down for you can only be cultivated to the ultimate divine transformation stage at most. I'll teach you the rest of the technique after you've entered the ultimate divine transformation stage. I've already told third senior sister and the valley head about this yesterday. Indeed, yesterday, Zhou Donghuang had said that he would teach Himingshi and Hijin the rest of the technique after they had entered the ultimate divine transformation stage. But even so, Hijin only dared to make a bold guess that the 1,000-star sword technique was a divine splitting stage technique. To Hijin, a divine splitting stage technique was already a priceless treasure. And now, Zhou Donghuang was telling Himingshi that the 1,000-star sword technique was a deity tribulation level technique. Naturally, Himingshi was completely shocked. After a while, Himingshi finally regained her composure, but she still felt like she was in a dream. Little junior brother, thank you. In her shock, Himingshi did not know what else to say. She could only thank Zhou Donghuang in a trembling voice. Third senior sister, after experiencing that future dream, I've come to see you as my senior sister. That's why I've come to the lightning sword sect to look for you. Zhou Donghuang looked at Himingshi seriously. You're my third senior sister, and I'm your little junior brother. There's no need for thanks between us. I understand, little junior brother. Himingshi nodded and smiled. She looked at Zhou Donghuang, and her gaze softened. Third senior sister, if the valley head can obtain the ingredients and spirit fruits I mentioned, I can use them to refine many core drugs. At that time, not only me, but you and Zhuang's level of practice will also increase by leaps and bounds. Zhou Donghuang further explained the importance of the things he wanted. Don't worry, I'll get my father to keep an eye out. Himingshi nodded solemnly. As Zhou Donghuang agreed, he said goodbye to Himingshi and returned to his own residence. In the following period of time, Zhou Donghuang quietly stayed in the Autumn Valley to practice and did not go out. The lightning sword sect disciples, who were shocked by the fact that he had just broken through to the Dharma stage and had defeated the Summer Valley disciple Lianqin, gradually forgot about him. Of course, there were some people who could not forget Zhou Donghuang, such as Lianqin himself. There were also the elders and disciples of the Summer Valley who had personally witnessed Zhou Donghuang defeat Lianqin. Time flew. Unknowingly, Zhou Donghuang had already been in the lightning sword sect for half a year. At this time, his level of practice had also successfully entered the mid-Dharma stage. Naturally, this was due to Hijin's great help. Hijin had helped Zhou Donghuang find the various herbs and spirit fruits that Zhou Donghuang needed at all costs. For this, he had spent a large number of spirit stones. However, he did not feel any heartache at all. Now, Hijin had already found out from his daughter, Himingshi, that the technique known as the 1,000-star sword technique was not a cloning technique, but a deity's tribulation technique. When he had first found out, he had been shocked for a long time before he recovered. In this period of time, Hijin had also successfully switched to practicing the 1,000-star sword technique. Although he had not exchanged blows with other ultimate primordial soul adepts, he knew that his current abilities were completely different from what they had been in the past. In fact, he was confident that he could defeat his past self with one blow. "Father, I've broken through." After He Mingxi came out of seclusion, the first thing she did was to find He. Her face was full of excitement. "The core medicine that little brother has refined is amazing. You've broken through?" He-Jin's eyes lit up as well, and he laughed heartily. "Donghuang, you really are a benefactor to us. You've broken through to the mid-Dharma stage, and I, after switching to the 1,000-star sword technique, have also touched the threshold of the divine transformation stage." He-Jin smiled brightly. "Congratulations, father." He Mingxi hurriedly congratulated He-Jin. "Girl." Suddenly, as if he had thought of something, He-Jin's smile disappeared, and his expression turned serious. "Although you've completely switched to the 1,000-star sword technique and entered the mid-Dharma stage, before you enter the Dharma stage, you and Zhuang need to keep a low profile. In the past, no one in the Lightning Sword sect knew about Donghuang's background. No matter how strong his Dharma power was, no one would think that he had trained in a powerful technique. Most people would just think that when he was at the ultimate primordial core stage, he had already trained his Dharma power without restraint. Furthermore, in the past few months, I've intentionally spread similar news. Now, everyone in the Lightning Sword sect agrees that the reason why Donghuang's Dharma power is so strong is because when he was at the ultimate primal core stage, he had perfected the embryonic form of his Dharma power. But you and Zhuang are different. Everyone in the Lightning Sword sect knows about your background. Before you enter the ultimate Dharma stage, you must not reveal your perfect Dharma power. As the Autumn Valley head of the Lightning Sword sect and one of the 4 chief elders of the Lightning Peak, He-Jin was very meticulous. "Father, I know." He Mingxi nodded solemnly. Just as He Mingxi nodded, a loud and clear voice rang out from outside. "Valley Master He, the sect master has ordered me to invite you to the Lightning Peak to receive a group of people from the Thunder Knife sect led by the Thunder Knife sect master. The people from the Thunder Knife sect are here." He-Jin raised an eyebrow, and his lips curled into a cold smile. "Some time ago, I heard that the Thunder Knife sect had accepted a rare martial talent from the Tai-Lao planet. At that time, I was thinking that the Thunder Knife sect would not give up on the chance to bring this martial talent to the Lightning Sword sect to show off. And now he's finally here." 24 years old and at the mid-Dharma stage, his martial talent is indeed incredible. But now, in our Lightning Sword sect, there is also a 24 years old mid-Dharma adept. Naturally, He-Jin was referring to Zhou Donghuang. In the past few hundred years, other than Zhou Donghuang, the first adept to enter the mid-Dharma stage in the Lightning Sword sect, was already 25 years old. "Girl, it's rare for you to come out of seclusion. Come with me to the Lightning Peak to join in the fun." He-Jin called out to He Mingxi, and then the father-daughter pair left the Autumn Valley and headed in the direction of the Lightning Peak. End of this chapter. Chapter 245. The Thunder Knife sect originated from the Lightning Sword sect. 6,000 years ago, there had been internal strife in the Lightning Sword sect. At that time, one of the guardians of the Lightning Sword sect had broken through to the divine transformation stage and left the Lightning Sword sect with a group of elders and disciples. They set up their own sect and became the founder of the Thunder Knife sect. The Thunder Knife sect's signature technique, the Thunder Knife technique, was actually the Lightning Sword sect's Thunder Sword technique, except that the weapon used was different. In the past, the Lightning Sword sect's guardians, elders, and disciples who had left the Lightning Sword sect all started to use knives instead of swords in order to differentiate themselves from the Lightning Sword sect. From then on, the Tai-Lao planet had gained a strong sect, the Thunder Knife sect. Perhaps it was the Thunder Knife sect's luck that the founder and the others of the Thunder Knife sect had actually managed to uncover the mysteries of a dangerous place on the Tai-Lao planet after leaving the Lightning Sword sect and discovered a superior spirit stone mine. A high-quality spirit stone mine was the foundation of the top forces in the Hungleo galaxy. After obtaining that high-quality spirit stone mine, the Thunder Knife sect developed for a few thousand years and became a powerful sect that could compete with the Lightning Sword sect in all aspects. The Thunder Knife sect was one of the top sects in the Hungleo galaxy. Because they originated from the Lightning Sword sect, the Thunder Knife sect had always wanted to get rid of the shadow of the Lightning Sword sect and liked to compare themselves with the Lightning Sword sect in everything. This time, the Thunder Knife sect had recruited a rare martial prodigy from the Tylao planet, and they could not wait to bring him to the Lightning Sword sect to show off. At the head of the group was the leader of the Thunder Knife sect, Luo Yuanqiu. Leader Luo, what a rare guest. The Thunder Knife sect had come to visit, and as the host, the leader of the Lightning Sword sect personally led the 4 chief elders of the Lightning Peak to welcome them. The Lightning Sword sect leader's name was Yu Yuqing. He looked like he was in his 50s, but in actual fact he was more than 1,000 years old. He wore a plain robe and had a head of grayish-white hair that flowed down his back. His grayish-white eyebrows were straight, and he exuded an aura of authority. "Ha! Leader Yu. Speaking of which, we haven't seen each other in 100 years, right?" The Thunder Saber sect leader, Luo Yuanqiu, looked about the same age as Yu Yuqing, be it in terms of appearance or actual age. However, compared to Yu Yuqing's jade-like figure, he seemed ordinary, like a fat merchant in the marketplace. He was covered in jewelry, had a fat head and big ears, and seemed to have a bright smile on his face at all times. Almost 200 years. Yu Yuqing nodded. Sect Leader Luo. Sect Leader Luo. At this moment, the 4 chief elders of the Rapid Thunder Peak behind Yu Yuqing, who were also the valley masters of the 4 valleys of the inner sect, all stepped forward and took the initiative to greet Luo Yuanqiu. "Valley masters, we haven't seen each other for many years. You all look as good as ever, but I have grown old." Luo Yuanqiu grinned at He Jin, Lian Kuan, and the others. Soon after, the few old men and women behind Luo Yuanqiu, as well as the young men and women behind the old men, all stepped forward and bowed to Yu Yuqing, the Lightning Sword sect leader. These are the elders of the Thunder Knife sect, and the young men and women behind them are the rising stars of the Thunder Knife sect. After Luo Yuanqiu introduced the people behind him, he smiled at Yu Yuqing and said, "Sect Leader Yu, this time I came out, I originally wanted to bring these little guys out for a walk and to train. Now that I think about it, it's quite a coincidence that we ended up near the Lightning Sword sect." Hearing Luo Yuanqiu say this, He Jin's lips curled into a mocking smile. He could guess that Luo Yuanqiu was about to get to the point. "Originally, I did not intend to disturb you, but these young people said that they wanted to come to the Lightning Sword sect to see the glory of the talented disciples of the Lightning Sword sect. At that time, I told them, you guys can't compare to the talented disciples of the Lightning Sword sect. You guys are too far behind." But who knew that they would not accept it? In the end, I really could not dissuade them, so I brought them here to pay a visit to your sect, so that they would know that there is always someone better out there. "Sect Leader Yu, I hope we did not disturb your sect?" As Luo Yuanqiu spoke, his smile became brighter as he looked at Yu Yuqing. "Of course not." Yu Yuqing's eyes flashed with an almost undetectable light, but he maintained a smile on his face. "I heard that Sect Leader Luo has recently accepted a very talented disciple. He is only 24 years old, but he is already a mid-Dharma adept. I wonder if he is here this time?" Yu Yuqing asked. Luo Yuanqiu laughed. "Sect Leader Yu is really well informed. You even know that I have recently accepted a new disciple. Yujing, come out and greet your senior Uncle Yu." As Luo Yuanqiu tilted his head slightly and spoke, the youngest-looking young man dressed in black walked out slowly and bowed slightly to Yu Yuqing. "I am Han Yujing. Greetings, Senior Uncle Yu. I heard from my master that the Lightning Sword sect is filled with talented disciples, far surpassing our Thunder Knife sect. Today, Yujing and a few other senior brothers and sisters have made a rare trip to the Lightning Sword sect, and we would like to meet the senior brothers and sisters of your sect. Han Yujing was dressed in black. He was tall and well-built, and his slightly handsome face was cold and distant, giving off a feeling that he was 1,000 miles away. The moment he opened his mouth, he directly said that he wanted to exchange pointers with the disciples of the Lightning Sword sect. I wonder if that would be convenient? Han Yujing asked directly. Of course not. At this time, as the sect leader of the Lightning Sword sect, Yu Yuqing naturally could not refuse. If he did, would it not be admitting that the Lightning Sword sect did not have any talented disciples? Moreover, although Han Yujing was highly talented, he was already a mid-Dharma adept at 25 years old. Regardless of age, just based on the strength of a mid-Dharma adept, the Lightning Sword sect had so many mid-Dharma adepts, and none of them were weaker than him. In that case, I would like to trouble Senior Uncle Yu to make the arrangements. Han Yujing continued. My senior brothers and sisters and I are all mid-Dharma adepts. Your sect can arrange for any disciple of the same level to exchange pointers with us. I heard from Master that your sect's largest arena is magnificent and can hold tens of thousands of people, my senior brothers and sisters, and I would like to exchange pointers with your talented disciples there. Han Yujing immediately said that he wanted to exchange pointers with a disciple of the Lightning Sword sect at the largest arena of the sect. He also said that he wanted to challenge a disciple of the same level of practice as them, which was a mid-Dharma adept. The Lightning Sword sect had a total of 6 arenas. 5 of them were smaller, and they were located on the Lightning Peak and in the 4 valleys of the inner sect. There was another arena, which was also the largest arena of the Lightning Sword sect, but it was located in the area where the 5 outer halls were located. Unlike the other 5 arenas, which were only used by core disciples and inner sect disciples, this arena was used by all the disciples of the Lightning Sword sect, so it was especially spacious. It seems that the disciple of the Thunder Knife sect leader, Luo Yuanqiu, is not only talented, but also very strong. On the way back to the Autumn Valley, He Jin said to He Mingxi, I can see that. He Mingxi nodded. He is very confident. He is probably confident that there are no mid-Dharma adepts in the Lightning Sword sect who are his match. After the Lightning Sword sect leader, Yu Yuqing, had agreed to the request of the Thunder Knife sect disciple, Han Yujing, he had instructed the 4 valley heads, including He Jin, to bring the most outstanding mid-Dharma disciples of their respective valleys to the outer sect training grounds. Yu Yuqing himself, along with a few elders of the Lightning Peak, led the group of Thunder Knife sect disciples to the outer sect arena. As the 4 valley heads returned to their respective valleys, the news spread quickly, and everyone in the inner sect knew that the Thunder Knife sect had come to challenge them. The Thunder Knife sect leader actually brought a few mid-Dharma adepts to challenge us? Does he really think that the Lightning Sword sect is easy to bully? Looks like they've come with ill intentions. I've long heard that the leader of the Thunder Knife sect has recently taken in a 24-year-old mid-Dharma adept as a personal disciple. Now that he's here as well, I'm sure he's not weak. Otherwise, he wouldn't have threatened to challenge any of our mid-Dharma adepts. Humph! If I had known this day would come, I would not have been in a hurry to break through to the late Dharma stage last month. This time, the Thunder Knife sect only brought a few mid-Dharma adepts. If the Lightning Sword sect does not have any disciples of the same level to deal with them, we will be embarrassed. The Thunder Knife sect must have brought their strongest mid-Dharma adepts here. They really have ulterior motives. They came prepared. However, the Lightning Sword sect has no choice but to accept their challenge. After the news spread throughout the 4 valleys of the inner sect, it began to spread to the outer sect. Instantly, everyone in the outer sect, from outer sect elders to outer sect disciples, all rushed to the arena, the Summer Valley. Lian Can, after you were defeated by Zhou Donghuang previously, you were able to enter the mid-Dharma stage under the pressure that Zhou Donghuang exerted on you. Furthermore, your Dharma power has been further refined, allowing you to be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the most outstanding mid-Dharma disciples of the Summer Valley. You can say that this is a blessing in disguise. Lien Kuin returned to the Summer Valley and asked a few Summer Valley elders to gather the most outstanding mid-Dharma adepts in the Summer Valley. And he also found Lien can today the Thunder Knife sect has come with ill intentions. If you can defeat any one of the mid-Dharma disciples from the Thunder Knife sect, I can use this opportunity to ask the sect leader to allow you to enter the Lightning Peak early and become a core disciple there. The core disciples of the Lightning Peak were not all primordial soul adepts. In the Lightning Sword sect, some of the most talented adepts had the opportunity to enter the Lightning Peak early and become a core disciple. Of course, they needed the permission of the Lightning Sword sect leader. Master, I will definitely live up to your expectations. Lien clenched his fists tightly, his eyes shining. If he could enter the Lightning Peak early, it would only be beneficial to him. End of this chapter.